Hello. Hello. Hi. Hello. Oh, sorry. I bonked my thing. I apologize. That was probably loud. Hello, it's me and my ceiling. I should probably set up my transitions. I reset this one up again today because I'm just futzing around with it. Hello, it's me. I don't have a light on. I hope you guys are cool with the chill vibe that it's gonna be in here. Pardon me, there's gonna be a lot of clicking around and stuff as we roll into this. I'm still getting used to this setup, and I have a couple things I want to show you guys before we before we do art. Um, I would like to introduce you all to someone that goes by the name of Cheaton. If you guys are not familiar with Cheaton, you're welcome. I think, like, if you guys aren't familiar with this, Cheaton is like a mascot character who is like the representative of some part of Japan, I think. If I remember, give me Cheaton. Open this in a new tab. Give Cheaton, please. So like they're not selling anything. They're not like a mascot to try to sell you something. They're just hilariously entertaining. And I was watching this one on my phone and I turned the audio on and I don't know what I was expecting, but I was not disappointed. I don't know what I was expecting, but it was not like the bad, like the recorder Titanic music. And I should have expected that. I love Cheaton. Cheaton is the only like advertising account that I follow on Twitter. I fucking love Cheaton so goddamn much. It's just absolute buffoonery, absolutely unhinged, violent chaos, and I love every single second of it. And I wanted to share that with you guys. So if you guys see Cheaton, like from my timeline on Twitter, formerly known as X or whatever, you'll know why. I love Cheaton so much. I would kill to have like a goblin mascot costume. The way Cheeton's an otter, by the way, for anybody who isn't familiar. There's actually John Oliver did how I found out about Cheeton is John Oliver did an entire like episode dedicated to this Cheeton, the unhinged mascot of Japan. There's like so many videos of him in just like this room filled with garbage and like no, and I mean like literal garbage. I don't mean like arbitrary things. I mean actual garbage. And and he's just smashing things and there's like a, or he'll be in a room that's like got no doors, no windows, and he's just standing on a table and I love Cheaton so much, and I just wanted to share Cheaton with you guys before we got started talking about whatever bullshit we're gonna talk about today. I have a couple of things on board. I have this Ask Aubrey post. I have this thing. Oh, this thing. Okay, so all right, we've got this Variety article that's talking about the new Avatar: The Last Airbender live action, right? And from my understanding, the original authors and writers left the project due to like quote unquote differences of like the creative differences. But they put this article out. Netflix live action Avatar: The Last Airbender series is toning down the sexism. We took out the element of how sexist Sokka was, I felt there was a lot of moments in the original that were iffy. Said Katara, like the actress who played Katara. Yeah, totally adds on the person who's playing Sokka. There are things that were redirected just because they might play a little differently in live action, and I think that's okay. Part of this, I think, is totally fair, right? It makes sense that if there are jokes and ways to tell a story and a character's development that work in an animation but do not work in live action, so toning it down makes like toning down his sexism makes a little bit of sense, specifically because like those jokes aren't gonna land. They're gonna come off as way too much in a live action sense compared to like, what they would come off as for like animation, which I get that. I think that's fine. Do I think it's gonna wreck the show? No, I don't think so. What the things that made Sokka's sexism like acceptable as a storytelling element was because he's not rewarded for it. Every single time he acts like an arrogant asshole, he gets like slapped down both physically and emotionally, and like he just doesn't get rewarded, and in fact gets punished for it in various ways across the series until he learns better, which, is good for character development. Imagine that. What a concept. And, like, there's ways to do it. Like, just removing sexist characters in stories, I don't think is that's not gonna get rid of sexism, you know what I mean? Things that'll get rid of sexism is having the conversation reasonably. Like, you gotta have the conversation if anybody's ever gonna learn any better. I also don't like the idea of removing the idea that people can learn and become better people, because there's so much of like what goes on particularly on social media. So much of it is very much tied to there is no redemption. People can't be better, people can't learn. And I don't think that's necessarily true, in that I think that people are punished for things forever. But there is a lot of like that being portrayed, right? So like, what would somebody have to do who's done something wrong to be allowed to exist in society, right? So like, what would and the thing is a lot of the time people think that it's like this undoable, unknowable, impossible thing. So like, if you said something transphobic online, right, people are like, oh no, you get canceled, we hate you forever, you're not allowed to exist in society anymore. And I don't find that to actually be the case. What I do find is that people act like and say that's the case, but that doesn't seem, the only people that seems to affect are people who don't learn, right, or refuse, or are stubborn. They refuse to learn, they refuse to do better, they refuse to fix, like, to change their behavior. Like Vic Mignogna, for example. Vic Mignogna is canceled because people just want to cancel him. It's like, no, Vic Mignogna is canceled because Vic Mignogna refuses to learn from his mistakes and doesn't want to exist in society. He's making a choice. And that's his decision to make, right? Like, he can choose that if that's really what he wants. I mean, okay. But, I mean, I don't know why you would want that. I'm also deciding about this, and you guys can let me know. Do we think that this painting should be fire in the background or life streamy in the background? Honestly, I'm not 100% sure. I haven't made a decision about that. So, like, for example, people have asked me in the past, like, what could somebody do to fix their mistake? Like, how would they get forgiven and be allowed to exist again in like a modern society, and as well as on social media? And the first thing you need to do is shut the fuck up. Imagine that, right? Like, imagine not running your mouth 24/7. What a concept. And I don't say that as in, like, you need to be quote-unquote silenced. And I don't say that to mean that people need to, like, just not be allowed to have a voice or not be allowed to, like, participate. It means that you need to shut up because you need to learn what the problem is. And to be able to accurately assess what the problem is, you can't be defending yourself. You have to at least acknowledge there is an issue. And when you acknowledge that there is an issue, you can start talking about what potential solutions there are to this issue and what criticism is legitimate and what criticism is not legitimate, right? In almost every situation on social media that I've witnessed, now this doesn't, so it doesn't apply to everything. It is limited to my experience. There is, there is this tendency of people to be like, I'm upset, and people, or I've said something, or I've done something, or I never did anything. I haven't done anything wrong. Yeah, stop digging a deeper hole. I've never done anything wrong. I don't know why all these people are mad at me. I never did anything. They're just lying. They're just making shit up. And it's like, in those situations, there will be people who are bullshitting. There's gonna be, like, people who are taking the opportunity to take you down a peg or make names for themselves or clout chasing or whatever. There will be that. That will exist. And there's no really any getting... Why did I make this look like it's a 70 groovy, like, the mystery machine's gonna be in the back? What am I thinking? I'm not. I'm not. Scooby-Doo is Kate Sith up here. I guess red. At the end of the day, there is going to be people who are dishonest agents in whatever the criticism is that are just taking the opportunity, right? And that's fine. That's going to happen regardless. But you need to take care of you in those scenarios, right? So if you need to take care of you in those scenarios, you need to understand that something is wrong. So you have to, even if you don't want to acknowledge that you did anything wrong, you still have to stop and assess the situation. Regardless. So if you're trying to do, and like that's all fine and good and well and whatever, but like that's gonna do more for you than just assessing the situation, right? It's gonna help you figure out what you need to do, right? Again, whether or not you agree with whatever the criticism is. If a bunch of people are mad at you, shut the fuck up and start trying to suss through what the problem is. Like, what's their issue? What's their problem with you? Because it's never as simple as, like, oh, well, they just hate me. No, they don't. That's not the problem. It's not that people just hate you. That's never the problem. It might be, like, part of another issue. You know what I mean? Like, there might be an issue going on and people don't like you because of said issue, right? But people are gonna hate you because if you don't learn. That's why people are going to hate you. If you keep doing the same shit, if you act like an entitled asshole, people are going to hate you when you don't, I'm just doing this again, when you don't listen to them. That's when people are going to hate you. When you keep doing the same shit over and over and over again. And so, like, you need to, the first thing you need to do is shut the fuck up. So, like, if I was going to give advice to, I mean, I've talked about Vic Mignogna. If I was going to give advice to Vic Mignogna, my first thing I'd say is, you need to stop fucking streaming. Shut the fuck up. You need to stop so you can understand what the fuck people are on about. Because if you just dismiss it by fiat, you're only gonna make it worse. And, like, it's the same thing with, like, with the company, right? It's the same thing. Shut the fuck up. And it's not because I'm telling you that you need to not have a platform. It's not because I'm telling you you need, like, it's not about that. It's not about silencing. It's not about whether or not you're right or wrong. It's about you need to be able to clearly assess the problem. And if you can't assess the criticism and you just want to dismiss everything by fiat and get super duper defensive, you're going to have a bad fucking time. Hate watching? Yeah, hate watching is a whole thing. That's a whole thing. Fire? Yeah, we could try a fire background too. We're gonna try a couple of versions of this, I think. I think that's what's gonna happen. But if you're being defensive and argumentative and and in doing so trying to deflect and dismiss what people are saying, you're going to make yourself look worse. Right? That is inevitably what will happen. And it might not happen right away, and it might take a little while before people catch on, but people will catch on. People will figure out what you're doing. It's not going to last forever, and you're going to stagnate your growth. You're going to stagnate your growth for your channel or for your whatever it is that you're working on, whatever project. And when you start to stagnate that growth, you start getting desperate. When you start getting desperate, you start making mistakes. Right? And you will inevitably make it worse for yourself. Inevitably. And again, it doesn't mean you have to stop talking about the topic forever. It doesn't have to be forever. It just needs to be long enough for you to figure out what the hell you're doing. And some people don't have, like, the stones, right? Some people don't have the stones to be able to actually, like, assess a problem. Do you know what I mean? Like, they don't have the wherewithal or the cojones to actually listen through earnestly to criticism. Like, they're not capable of doing so because they don't have the skin for it. They're too fragile. They can't listen to criticism, let alone, like, criticism that's not constructive, right? If you can't listen to somebody who's being critical of you honestly, you're gonna have a bad time. Like, that's not gonna be a good time for you. Because the only one who ends up suffering is you, right? Like, the person who's being critical of you isn't gonna lose sleep over it, you know what I mean? Again, not all criticism has to be, and I've alluded to talking about this in the past. Not all criticism has to be constructive. Like, there's no rule that says, I mean, it's nice if the criticism is constructive, if you want people to actually, like, but it's not a requirement, right? It's not a requirement. You don't have to be constructive to have legitimate criticism. Like, it's straight up just not how that works. I'm gonna add a little bit of, like, extra green on this. Yeah, there we go. I noticed my live stream was looking a little too much like the Astral Sea, which, you know, is not, like, not wrong. Oh, excess hubris? Yeah, that's real. That is a very real thing. You gotta check if you want to be open to conversation or present yourself as if you're open to conversation or you're open to criticism, you need to be able to check your ego. If you can't check your ego, you're never gonna get anywhere. So you have to be willing to learn. If you're not willing to learn and you're not willing to listen, then again, we're back to what we talked about yesterday. What value does your opinion have? What do you bring to the table that people are going to care about or that people will want to bother with? Because, like, talking to you is a waste of time. And I mean, if you want to just be a waste of time, I mean, I guess that's your prerogative. If that's what you want from your online experience, right? I've talked about this before, and I was saying that at the time I was saying that all of the important parts of communication is not your ability to speak, it's your ability to listen. You need to be able to listen. If you can't listen, then you can't possibly have a proper conversation. It's not possible. Because if you don't know what the other person's saying, you can't express that you can't possibly understand what their issue is. And if you don't understand what they're saying and what their issue is, you have nothing to say. Nah, don't like that. Yeah, pick a good one. How about this one? I don't really like that either. I'm gonna find something that works. A lot of the time, yeah. A lot of the time, whether or not criticism is constructive or not is based on the receiver, on the receiving end. Both the live stream and the fire. Yeah, I could try to do that. Maybe I can put the fire in the foreground. I don't know. That might be tricky. We can give it a shot though. Oh no, I lost my pen. You love you some hate watching. I mean, hate watching can be cathartic sometimes. If it's like somebody's just like imploding, like I get it. I understand. I feel you. I get it. I get it. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know. What about this one? What does this give me? Ooh, okay. Interesting. And I'm just playing with different brushes right now to see if I can find something that I like. I kind of like... Actually? Wait. Hold up. Hold on. We got a new toy. What was I saying? Oh yeah, whether or not criticism is useful. Criticism being constructive or not has no bearing on whether or not you can utilize it, right? Regardless of where it comes from. Ooh, the lag on that. Whoo! My computer's working overtime. I can hear it thinking. Sometimes things are just train wrecks too, where it's just like, what am I supposed to do with this information that I now have in my brain? Great. I don't know, I don't hate this, but I'm not sure I'm sold on it. Hello, welcome. We could do something more like that as well. We're doing very like long flowy. We could do like small flowies. Something like this. I am way overworking my computer right now. It is not happy with me. I'm being yelled at. A bit of live stream action. I think that there's also like, with some of what's going on, right, is that if you are constantly in defensive mode, people are not going to... If the world is constantly against you, eventually people are going to start thinking you're the problem, right? So if you're constantly like, oh, I'm always being attacked, and oh, it's always like up here, oh, it's always so important, everything that happens to me is so bad, etc., etc., etc. And that's not to say whatever is or is not happening to you may or may not actually be whatever it is, right? What I'm saying is the way you present that to people is going to garner sympathy or not. And eventually, if you're constantly doing that, if you're doing that 24/7, eventually people are going to stop thinking you're the victim here. People are going to start thinking that you're doing something, like you're doing it to yourself, and you may or may not be doing that, right? But if you never, like if you demonstrate that you never learn, and you are constantly getting yourself into the same problem over and over again, that sympathy's going to run out for you. Is that fair? Does that make you any less of a victim? No, not necessarily. That's a different conversation. Oh, don't worry. This is just the black and white. This is gonna get messy soon. Don't you worry about that. Because watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna do something really funny. Check this out. Check this out. Welcome to Color Theory. That's alright. There we go. So once we start painting this in, it'll have that kind of rough edging to it. Yo, welcome. And one other thing I wanted to show you and kind of talk about today. Well, I had a couple of different things. I've got a handful of things on my plate today. I saw this post that was shared in the Discord. Let me just open this up real quick. Hold on, where am I going? Here we go. And I thought I'd show you guys simply because, like, there's look at this. Look at this shit. Look at this nonsense. Look at this. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Police. This is what I mean. So this is Renelle, who may or may not have received a TRO for her stupid My Truth videos that we talked about before. What does this say? What does this say? Hi, beautiful people. Hope you guys are doing well. I would like to thank each and every one of you who have messaged me and contributed to my Cash App and GoFundMe that Down the Rabbit Hole at Bedtime has created. So, any semblance of these people not working together, or as much as she wanted to profess that they were not working together, or as much as people wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt and that Rabbit was acting on her own, gone. Any benefit of the doubt people had for Renelle. Goodbye! I know other people out there have more important things to take care of and have more severe issues than I do. I am eternally grateful for all the support. It means the world to me. All your support on your fraudulent GoFundMe? The one that Down the Rabbit Hole is trying to present that you're getting, like, boned by Katie Joy, but it's actually about Charla. You know, the one that's against GoFundMe terms of service. Fucking clown. That one. I heard somebody mention that Rabbit Hole said that she has presented legal documentation to GoFundMe. And I'm like, if it's because of this TRO like you're implying that it is, then GoFundMe is going to take it down based on that because there's a protective order. What are you doing? I was served and chose to fight this. Oh, so she's been served something. What have you been served? Who by? Fascinating. I was served and chose to fight this because of people like Kathy P, Nonsense on the Web, Cheshire, and Manya that chose to spread misinformation. What misinformation? You're still being vague in your post. You don't get to be vague and then fucking get mad that people figure out what you're talking about or start to speculate. If you don't want people to speculate what's going on, be transparent about what's going on. Not that I think we really speculated that much, and not that I think that we've actually spread any misinformation, but you know, it would do yourself a solid to actually, you know, show what you're talking about. Being disrespectful. That's not gonna stop. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, except I absolutely do. Renelle, people aren't going to stop being disrespectful of you because you are not deserving of respect. You do not treat other people with respect either. You pretend you do. You posture like you treat people with respect, but you don't. If you did, you wouldn't be making bold-faced accusations without showing anything. What you did to Charla was not respectful. What you've been doing to Charla is cruel. Disparaging me, yeah, whatever. All of it is not okay. So it's okay for you to do it when you do it to Katie Joy, but it's not okay for anybody to call you out on bullshitting. That's suddenly disrespectful. That's suddenly disparaging. When I have been cleared to speak, I will reveal the truth. When? Do you have a lawyer? When? You mean if? You mean if. When, where, and how. I will reveal the truth when, where, and how. I promise. Once again, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for all of your support. Oh, what a sweetheart. Isn't this the nicest lady you've ever met? Hello, welcome. You weren't spreading information or being respectful and disparaging. Oh, I was being disrespectful. I was absolutely being disrespectful. I own that one. I am not going to pretend that I was not disrespectful to Renelle. I was absolutely disrespectful to Renelle, and it was intentional. Same point I made in my recent vid. It's okay that it's everybody else's problem. It's a way bigger problem than the denier realizes every single time. Yeah. You've been doing yoga? That's cool. Now she admits that she's in the middle. Well, yeah, and she admitted she was in the middle in her video, right? She was saying, like, part of the issue of what she was saying initially was that she was like, I'm not involved, and then immediately turned around and said how involved she was by being like, well, I was the one who helped you. You asked me to help you get into this group in the first place. I was involved, except for that thing that I did that was very involved by covering fucking the Veda's bullshit, whatever you call it. What was that? Some RO filing and fucking... God, my brain. Hello, brain. Where have you gone? North Carolina, that's where it was. I didn't start out... Yeah, no, I didn't start out disrespectful. That's true. I gave her the benefit of the doubt early on. I gave her the benefit of the doubt, and then she said she was doing everything on behalf of Steve, and I was like... And Renelle said she was doing everything on behalf of Steve and Veda, and was, like, defending them on purpose because they don't like Katie Joy. And then I was like, okay, well, I mean, sure. But they don't... The thing is like, it's disrespectful to them to say the quiet part out loud. You know what I mean? As if, like, again, I'm back to... As if the worst thing that's happened is somebody was, like, mildly rude to you. On the internet! Oh my goodness. Oh no. I'm gonna keep being rude. What... as if implying that as if lying about people, like as a content, isn't rude, right? Like as Renelle trying to present herself as being not rude is as laughable to me. But these people were rude to me. Bitch, you're lying about people constantly all over your channel, and it's rude to tell you that, like, no, stop. So rude. How rude. Disagreement is not disrespect. That's true. That is a true fact. That's true. That's a really old joke. I don't know if anybody's gonna get that one. But I mean, I just don't. I could care less. And the thing is like, if you have an issue with me or you have an issue with nonsense, going to court with Charla is not conducive. You going to court with Charla or against Charla doesn't harm me. You know what I mean? Like you're actively saying that the reason you're going after somebody else is because of a different person. That's the thing that they're trying to accuse me and Manya of doing. They're trying to accuse me of Manya of going after or showing up in this scenario because we don't like Steve. But Renelle is out here full force just telling the world how she's going after Charla and engaging in lawsuits because she doesn't like nonsense. And it's like it's a constant thing with these people. It's called projection, right? It's called like you're not gonna get at me through fucking Charla, right? You're not gonna get at Manya through nonsense. Like, it's just not. We're not a group the way you are a group. And we're back to these people don't get it because they're not capable of thinking outside of their own box. They can't see past their own nose. So if they behave that way, that must be the way that everybody behaves. And that's not how it works. It's not how it works. There are different folks and different strokes, and not everybody is the same. Do you have any idea how hard of a time these people would have existing online if everybody online behaved the way they did? Dear Lord, they'd have a full-on cow. They'd be laying eggs constantly. I'll call out your disrespect, but don't call out mine. Yeah, it's the don't talk about me talking about you. And I don't care if Renelle wants to make videos about me. That's fine. Go for it. Whatever. But I don't know why, in what world, Rabbit Hole and Renelle think that going to court with Charla is going to do anything about what I have to say about her content. It's ridiculous. It's so stupid. And I mean, it's just an excuse, right? It's just an excuse, right? She's just trying to put up it's what's the word I'm looking for? Peacocking, right? She wants to present the scenario in a way that makes it into she's taking the scenario that's here and she's escalating it to here because she thinks if she can escalate it to here, she's going to garner more support, that people are going to care more, that she's going to be able to profiteer off of their bullshit GoFundMe. That's true. Right, so it's like okay, fine. Man, whatever, man. Why you think this makes you look good is fascinating to me. Good for you, I guess. Well, they're trying to hashtag me too. It's like, me too, I was harassed by Charla. Oh, me too, I'm going to court too. Me too. There was a joke that we did a while, like many a year ago at this point, when Katie Joy was sending everybody letters to say, like a request to like save documentation. And then a bunch of us got it, and it was like so haphazard. Like, she was clearly trying to make, like, cover all of her bases, because she was trying to present that there was some kind of, like, big collusion about all these creators that were working together to take her down or whatever. She'd have a way better time now trying to pull off that argument, but, like, at the time it was pretty silly. And, or at least in what she was trying to present. And so the response wasn't to, oh my god, we all need to, like, get together and do blah, 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 like what's going on that we're seeing these creators doing now. What happened then is everybody made a joke out of it, because it was a joke. It was like, ridiculous. It was absurd. We all wrote parody songs about it, and it was funny. And, like, that's what these people go on about, right? It's like, oh, I miss when the internet was fun. And it's like, well, the thing is when whatever you're doing is nothing but hatred, it's gonna lose the fun pretty goddamn fast. We painting and chatting. Loving the company. I feel like I missed the word flailing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like, it's very desperate. Like, very desperate. And I think, like, when you start to get like that, you're gonna lose people. People also only have so much, like, time on their hands, you know what I mean? Like, people only have so many stones to throw. And so when people only have so much time and energy, and you start wearing people out, like, that's what's gonna happen. The bottom of Twitch chat is cut off. Uh-oh. Let me see if I can fix that. I have to put my glasses back on. I can't see. One day, maybe I will have money and be able to afford getting my eyes fixed. Bottom of Twitch chat. Alright, let's take a look here. Layers. Twitch. Oh, there we go. Hey, there you go. Should fix it. Good now? Hey! The only thing I don't have right now is I don't have, like, the fly-y thing. I don't have the emotes flying around, sadly. Sadly. One day. Should be fixed now? The obsession with Katie Joy. I don't know. It's a little bit hard to say when it comes to stuff like that, because it's like, to me it comes across like it's if we can, as long as we can relate it to Katie Joy, it means that we'll be justified, as if the court's gonna give a shit, right? Like, and that was one of the things that I talked about before, right? I'm like, your behavior is not acceptable even if you are correct, right? Even if these people are right about whatever, like, that Charla is working for Katie Joy, like, even if they were correct about that, it doesn't mean that the behavior leading up to this is reasonable, or their reactions and their behavior around it are acceptable. Right? They would be wrong regardless. This is the same conversation I had with Jimmy Snow back in the fucking day when he was like, oh, but what about this information about Steve? Would that change your mind if you knew what was really going on? And I was like, it doesn't matter. Because even if there is some kind of issue with Steve, it doesn't mean what Kyle did is acceptable behavior. Simple as that. So it doesn't matter if you think that whatever Katie's doing is not acceptable. That doesn't mean it's okay to treat Charla with X, Y, and Z. right? It's just not how it works. Sorry. You can't justify your shit that way. Can't try and pretend your shit don't stink because somebody else smells bad. How are they going to prove the connection? Even if they could have, that's the other thing too. Like, I don't think it's, even if there was a connection by now, that if Charla or KJ have two brain cells, that connection will have been severed. Like, they would be like, okay, we need to split ski on this and make sure that it's not showing that we're working together, or they can't prove that we're working together, so that way as this escalates we will never get caught. Right? So, like, even if they were right, in no world are they ever going to be able to show it because of the way they've decided to handle the scenario. And what they don't understand is that the criticism that they're getting, mostly from, like, me and from Kathy and from Manya and I believe from Nonsense, if I'm not mistaken, the criticism that they're getting is of their behavior and their handling of the situation and how they've gone about dealing with this. Like, handling it the way you're handling it isn't A, appropriate, and B, isn't serving the purpose that you want it to. Mr. Snow wouldn't understand that. He did not. He didn't get that. He wasn't able to figure that one. He couldn't put 1 and 2 together on that one. Some of them acting like a random comment from KJ or Charla could invoke an attack on Titan level of response with the music on full blast. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. And what they're doing isn't unique, right? Like, this group isn't special. Like I said, like, a lot of this stuff is applicable to, like, the Vic Mignogna fan base, and a lot of this is applicable to, like, video game, people who like and dislike video games. Like, any kind of toxic fan base can do this and do this type of stuff. I've been watching, for the last little while, the waifu wars between Tifa and Aerith going on for the past, like, month and a half, 2 months. And, like, part of it is just a level of absurd, right? Where everybody's blaming everybody for everything else, and it's like, okay, so you got a handful of bad actors that are running around trying to threaten game devs because their favorite ship isn't sailing on a game from 1997. And it's like, maybe chill the fuck out. So it's like, they're not special, they're not unique in any sense of the word. Like, Erin's not new. Like, what she's doing isn't new. It's she's not breaking any molds with that. Take your spot. The KJ Titan. Drawing KJ as a Titan would be kind of hilarious. Like, just taking these creators and drawing them as Titans from Attack on Titan would be horrifying. And I hate that you put that in my brain, and I'm not doing it. 52% in Civil Court. Okay, well, that's... I mean, you'd have to actually show up the court first. So if he can't get the court, his 52% ain't really worth shit. Even if that were true. They ain't special, but some of them are special kind of stupid. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, the Phasmosphere, like like the game Phasmophobia. That kind of stuff happens all the time. Like, people are nuts, especially when they think that they're anonymous and they think that they can get away with shit, right? Like, as soon as there's, like, a degree of separation, it's, like, the kind of stuff that, like, you would never, these people would never behave this way in, like, any kind of other social setting. Like, never in a million years. Like, you really think that Ranelle is the type of person who has the balls to walk up to... I bet you she wouldn't even say, like, something if somebody cut her off in line at the grocery store. The only person of this group that I think could or would, like, confront somebody in an unreasonable manner is probably Veda. Like, Veda, I could believe, like, losing her shit in a gas station. So I thought I heard the dog knocking on my door. I did not. He wasn't there. I don't know what he's doing. I think he's downstairs. It smells like one of the roommates also might be making a grilled cheese. I don't understand why any of them are fighting ROs and turning around to file their own. Yeah, you only need one and it protects both parties, or at least that's how it is in Pennsylvania. So it depends. It depends on where you are and the type of, like, there's so many things, and it's like, eh. Eh. Oh, I believe Honest Red would. Yeah, you'd tell somebody off for cutting in line. I just don't, like, these people like to talk a lot of shit, you know what I mean? And then, like, I just don't believe for a second that any of them would actually do anything to fucking, in, like, real life. Because I also don't think that any of these people are, I still don't believe that they're taking the court as if it's real life yet. Like, I honestly think that they're not. They think this is a fucking joke. They sure are treating it like it's a fucking joke. Because, like, if they're not, then what am I looking at? What is this post? If you're not treating the court system like it's a joke, what am I looking at? What is this? Then there's, like, fucking Aaron the other night or last night or whatever, trying to take something that happened like fucking 2-3 years ago and try to be like, oh, this was Kathy was there the whole time, this was her, she did this thing. And it's like, are you serious? Are you for real right now? Like, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Are you so pressed for content? Are you so desperate? And the answer is yes. Yes. Erin is a very desperate person. At least that's the way she comes off to me. She comes off as somebody who is needy, who is desperate, who is just like, please love me. Please, oh my god. Pay attention to me. I promise I'm important. Pick me. Pick me. Oh my god. Lady, calm down. I just told someone to go suck a lemon for forgetting my straw with your soda. Oh no! I mean, it doesn't help that this is like a group of people that doesn't know the difference. At best, doesn't know the difference between somebody being like, hey, this is a legitimate concern, and somebody concerned trolling. Like, they don't know what the difference is. They can't tell. They're so lost in their own sauce, they can't tell the difference. She got picked for RO City. Fair enough. I'm on the wrong layer. I am a fool. What have I done? Oh, panic. Panic. Okay, we're good. Alright, you don't have to panic anymore. Everything's fine. Everything's alright. Everybody calm down. Go suck a lemon. These are the type of people who won't, like, send their order back if the order is wrong, and it's actually, like... But it's Subway. Like, they won't correct the person making the food. Oh, hi, Gabby. How you doing? Welcome. I missed the end of your stream, sadly, because I was setting this up. We were just talking about how ridiculous it was that Aaron was trying to say that you did something that was, like, done X years ago. And that Aaron's just desperate. These people are actually... Okay, so here's the thing. These people... One of the reasons why these people are so desperate is because they actually believe that they still have some kind of standing to protect. Like, they don't... They're desperately trying to hold on to a degree of, like, reputation that's already gone. Like, they haven't caught up. They haven't caught up and realized that their reputation is already trash. And that it's, like, it's too, like, and if you don't, this is what I said, you need to shut up. You need to shut up and understand the situation you're in. If you can't take the time and you're not capable of understanding the situation you're in, then you're never going to be able to fix it. You're never going to be able to change it. Yes, Tifa's got red-brown eyes. The problem is like the same problem with Charla, right? That they have with Charla. Even if it was Kathy, right? Kathy, even if it was you, they can't prove it. They can't show... They have no idea who it was, because if they did, they'd be all over it, and if they could show it, they would show it. It's a joke. They're a joke. They're not taking it seriously. If they were taking it seriously, they would actually do some kind of analytics, not just randomly toss out whatever the fuck they think is convenient that day, and making themselves look like fucking idiots. Right? There's no... There's no value to this, because there's no... There are ways you can actually analyze a voice and see if somebody's using a voice changer and yada 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 yada. I've seen it done before. This is like, there are YouTube channels that talk about this kind of stuff. Like, it's not even, like, hidden information. Oh yeah, we were looking at this, at this one here, and having a giggle, because, like, bitch, what misinformation? What are you talking about? To be fair, I'm not sure if I could tell the difference between concern and concern trolling. So, concern trolling is basically when you don't stop and you're trying to elicit a specific response, right? So, if I'm like... I think the most recent example is Manya's concern for Kano, right? Because there was these accusations, Nikki had said... And everybody and people were running around saying that there was some kind of domestic violence call at Steve's house. And we were aware that it was public knowledge that Steve lived by himself, right? He lived with by himself with Kano, right? So it's just the two of them that live there, right? And so immediately Manya was like, where has she been? Because at that time, we were like, nobody's actually heard from Kano for a very long time. Like, she wasn't hanging out in streams anymore. Nobody had seen her in, like, doing any mod work, and she was one of the only people that stayed around and hung around as a mod for him after me and him went different ways. And so there was, like, a real concern. And so she voiced that concern, and it was called concern trolling because they're like, well, they don't actually care about whether or not Kano's okay. And the answer is, had me or Manya continued on with being like, yeah, but is she okay? And like gone to reach out to her and started trying to contact people and yada, 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 that would be concern trolling. Because now it's like, we don't actually care. We're just trying to get a rise out of person X, Y, and Z. When just vaguely asking into the ether if, like, hey, is anybody, like, is this person okay? That's not concern trolling. That's just generally being concerned about a situation. Welcome to what happens when you put 50%, like when you try to put out portions of what's going on or what your life is onto the internet, but you don't put it, but you're not transparent enough. Like, I don't tell you guys everything that's going on in my real life. Why would I? It's not relevant information. I'm also not that type of streamer. And so because that's not the type of content I make, there's not really any reason for me to put all that information out, right? Hey, Razor. What's going on? Kathy says she wasn't even around in 2020. Yeah, well, you know. So I guess Erin needs to make an apology video to the person she originally accused of doing it, but that would be silly. Who would do something like that? Psh. That sounds ridiculous. Used to really wish that content creators would do that when you were younger. What, share more or share less? Share more. I mean, I think like it's fine in some regards. It really just depends on what you're doing, right? Like, I like to share Puck and what's going on with him, and if I'm going to the vet, or I'll talk about going grocery shopping and what I'm getting and stuff. But like, it's a very surface level amount of information. And it's not because I'm lying to people. Like, there's nothing to lie about. It's simply because it's like, who cares? Like, why would you care? If I was like a streamer that was talking about like my dietary stuff, because that's what I talked about, that was what I did, then it would be relevant information to share about like what my diet is like and what I'm eating this day and how much I'm eating this day. But like, you guys don't fucking care. That wouldn't make any sense for me to talk about that. Oh, the link to her like trying to have a go at nonsense and like being like, you better not show up to court. That's an exaggeration. That is an exaggeration and extrapolation off of my interpretation of what she said. Don't take that as fact. See, that's how you do it. Jokes. Erin has become a Webster's dictionary. Why? Is she asking what the definition of support is again? That was hilarious. I like that she did it not once, but twice. And I was about this close to posting the definition again. Because when she did the first time, I just went and got the dictionary definition and highlighted the context. And then just posted it as a comment. The Aaron swing it nonsense, yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, we love Puck. We love Puck here. Puck is best boy. He's doing good, by the way. He was licking his foot a little bit the other day. I had to stop him yesterday. I had to stop him because it's making his foot a little bit raw from the little nail removal he got done. This is okay. This is fine. it looks alright. Am I convincing myself? Am I convincing you? Who am I convincing right now? What? Who am I talking to? Am I talking to the painting? I don't know, maybe. Maybe I'm talking to the painting. I don't know. Who's to say? Who's to say? If anybody's asking why I'm adding this green, it's because, like, the live stream is very green, so we're gonna be adding, like, this kind of paley color in here, but we're gonna slowly build it up rather than just going straight to this slam of bright aqua. Hug Puck. I will hug Puck for you. I'm sure he'll come up at some point. I got treats up here. He'll come up eventually. Oh, yeah, the live. Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, it's some people's kids, man. I don't I don't know what to tell you. Some people also just never learn. Some people will. There is no you don't negotiate with terrorists, man. Some people will never learn. And, like, you can't put that on yourself. You can't be held responsible. People gotta make their own life choices. That includes the bad ones. God, what an actual stupidity. The insanest, most, like, nonsense thing about this whole scenario is that, like, you could just stop. You could just stop at any given point in time. You could just not. Just not is always an option. I'm curious to see what the fallout's gonna be after court, cause, like, I'm not putting this restriction on myself to be like, oh, once court's over, we're just never gonna talk about this again, because they make such a good example for so much stuff. But I'll probably I'll more than definitely be talking about them less, because I'll be less obligated to watch their content, right? Because right now I'm a little bit obligated. Why did I make her so pink? She's so pink. Let's clear that up a little bit. There we go. I gave her, like, fucking rosacea. Like, what's the fuck's going on here? Can we have pointed ears? What, on Tifa? I can give her pointed ears if you wanted. Elfie Tifa? Yeah, we can do that. Why not? Listen, we're in control. We can do anything we want to do. What was I saying? Oh, right. I'm not gonna say I'm never gonna talk about these people again, or talk about what's gone on in this scenario, specifically because I think that there's going to be fallout from the court system. Whatever happens in court isn't gonna stay in court. You know what I mean? It's gonna make itself known, one way or another, I'm sure. So I'm not gonna commit to not discussing whatever ends up happening, because I think that would be a mistake. I think that would be unreasonable to make that. I'm struggling here. Can't stop, won't stop. Goblin Tifa would stop the internet for a few days. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Maybe. We'll have to see. It'd be nice. It'd be nice if this shit just fucking, if the court was able to handle it and things like this shit just stopped, right? It'd be nice for that to be the case. I am skeptical that will be what happens. I'm skeptical of that being the like Steve wasn't willing to stop with a straight up restraining order. Why would they be willing to stop on a temporary one, or why would any of them be willing to stop? They're still trying to pretend that they're the reasonable ones. Like, who do you think you're kidding? I go a little bit more into the red. Yeah, I don't know. I on the plus side, I'll likely be talking about all of this less often, only because I'm only watching as much of their content as I am because I need to for court. Like, if I'm gonna be a witness there, I need to be like, I would like to be well aware of what's going on. So I have an excuse. What's your guys' excuse? Don't know if anything else changed unless one of them's sitting in a jail cell. Maybe. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if that's a reasonable expectation that one of them would end up there. Not saying that that's what you were saying. I'm just like kind of extrapolating on what you were talking about. Cheap entertainment. Yeah, that's fair, I guess. Like, there's like a lot of what's gone on is very like I'm pretty sure I talked about this when I looked at Aaron and Veda and Nikki's and Steve's responses to my swatting video, right? When I looked at their responses, I'm pretty sure the thing I said was, this is low effort content for me. Like, it is not hard, it is not difficult for me to sit around and listen to them say dumb shit and go, wow, that's dumb. Honest Red, I'm watching you and you make me watch them. I'm sorry. Oh, now it's my fault. Oh no. How dare you use facts and logic against me like this? Make me responsible for the thing that I did. Fuck. If they stay on the path, then jail is a real possibility. Yeah, I think that jail is definitely a real possibility. I just don't know how likely it is. The American court system seems to be pretty hell-bent on not sending white people to jail. Just giving them every opportunity to not be sent to jail. Let's make this really political. Oh, brother. Oh, no. I mean, that is one thing when it comes to like this Southern Mutton lady. She like took her video down damn fast. I don't know why or what happened with her, but damn did that video disappear real quick. And I'm like, yo, props. I think one of the reasons why I haven't like covered that video too much is because she took it down. She took down her whole damn channel. I'm like, you know what? Respect. I might not agree with you or agree with the excuses you're giving as to why you decided to do that, but hey, listen, if it's gone, it's gone. No need to perpetuate it unnecessarily. Why is it back up? Why dot dot dot? Why dot dot dot? Is that video back? Oh god. Oh god, no. No, no. Based. Based. Start a political argument for no good goddamn reason. Look at all these people getting along about this thing. Let me just toss this grenade about, like, shitty American politics into the... just to ruin everyone's day. Oh, God. Well, I'm just here to watch the world burn. Oh man, Sar's got the same excuse as Honest Red. It's me, I'm the bad guy. It was me the whole time. Goblins would toss grenades. Yeah, goblins would definitely toss grenades. Goblins would definitely be grenade tossers. Absolutely. The ellipses was stuck. That's fucking hilarious. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Love it. Just got done with your drawing? You posted it in art references? Hell yeah. You wouldn't show it on stream for it being too risky. Okay, I won't show it on stream, but I'll take a look at it after. I'm down. I love looking at other people's art. I'm all about encouraging artists to do more art stuff. Do art. Even if you're not an artist. If you don't believe you're an artist, it doesn't matter. Do art. It's good for your soul. It'll make you think about things. And make you try to, like, think and process things in ways that you didn't before. Just try it. Art. One time. Believe. Do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? Blah 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 blah. Oh, are we gonna get into the classist system? Hey, let's go. Turn any conversation into a conversation about classism. Do art. Just like how everybody's a critic, everybody's an artist. If you don't think you can do art, you're wrong. Oh my god. Okay, so this is something that I saw, I think it was on Kathy's stream. I've already forgotten where I saw it. And I was like, are you fucking serious? Or was this on my stream? Did I talk about this yesterday when I was just like, what the fuck's an opinion? Was that yesterday that I was talking about that? Fuck, man. I can't keep it straight. There's too much stupid. Just my opinion, man. Yeah, that was yesterday. I remember now. Okay, I won't go over it again. Because, like, god damn it. It's just my opinion, bro. Your opinions are... And this is the Rennell problem, right? We're back to the Rennell conundrum. Your opinions are misinformation. My opinions are facts. Can't even keep the name straight. Yeah, that's fair. There's like just a level of insanity of all the crap that's been going on that it's just like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? I have people that I'm friends with that are just like, I do not envy your job. And I'm like, yeah, me either. One of the best things about this, the work that I do and in doing like what I'm doing right now, like this, I enjoy having the conversations while I'm doing art. One, because I enjoy doing art, and two, because I like fucking having these kinds of conversations, and it gives me like a really open back and forth forum. And that's just a matter of finding like a balance between those things. But the thing is like I can just leave whenever I want. You know what I mean? Like, if I just get overwhelmed by the internet, I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna be like, well, that's enough internet for me. I'm done here. Goodbye. Get me out of this. I'm done. I'm not making content anymore. Like, I'll just stop. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not. Like, I don't have that kind of. That kind of stake. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have that kind of. So meaning asked, the reason why Steve didn't take his money in the GoFundMe was because if he did and it was against the TOS, was he worried about what? I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. The reason why Steve didn't take his money in the GoFundMe. Yeah, see, Ziggy gets it. Later, losers. Get the fuck out of here. I don't need to be here. You guys don't need me. You'll be fine. I believe in you. Oh, well, thanks, Sar. I appreciate that. I do try. Like, I do try to put forward things that are valuable and useful, but, like, at the end of the day, who's to say? The people who truly benefit are you. Oh my god, I can't text. No, it's fine, it's fine. I just wasn't sure what you said. We don't need you, you need Puck. That's fair. Alright, I guess I'm under obligation to remain on the... As long as Puck is around, I'm obligated to be here. I guess that's fair. That seems reasonable. That feels like it tracks. Okay, let's move on from this a little bit. We're gonna come back to it. Don't worry. This isn't the end. It's not. We're not done. But we're gonna merge these layers together because I don't care about them being separated anymore. Hey, not bad. Puck loves you all equally. Insert Puck harem joke here. Hashtag dog pill. Do not look up what... If you don't know what dog pill is, I'm so sorry I just said that. I shouldn't have said that. I don't know how many, like, women who are older than me are in the side chat or watching the live right now who don't know what that is, and I should not have said what... Sorry, I shouldn't have said that out loud. Don't look it up. Don't go there. Please don't do it. I beg of you. If you're not familiar with what that is, don't look it up. I may or may not introduce it to you at a later date if you want to, in a safe environment. Puck's alliances changes with whoever has treats and food. I don't know where he got that from. I mean, I don't know. I'm so sorry if you don't know what... If you're not familiar with what that is, don't look it up. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said anything. I said that out loud and I immediately regretted it. Oh, I have made a mistake. I am so sorry. Please, if you never listen to me about anything ever in your life, please listen to me about this. Just don't do it. Oh, what have I done? Oh. Oh. God. should definitely not do that. I'm down. I'm down to like introduce people to this concept and this world that exists, but at the right time, at the right rate, in the right in a like I said, in a safe environment. The curiosity is killing me, but I guess please, please don't let don't I also don't want to be responsible for it. I don't know. I've done that thing where I put it out in the world and now I have to take responsibility for it. Oh no. Oh god. God, what have I done? All right, I'll give you a brief, okay? Just a brief thing just so you don't just to satiate your curiosity enough so that way you don't get stuck down a rabbit hole that you're going to regret. Um you're familiar with like red pill and black pill, which are like incel, like involuntarily celibate men going their own way style jargon and terminology for different philosophies within that community. All right, so like different ideas about life and stuff. All right, so as you descend down into the depths of the various pills in the pilldom, one of them is the dog pill, and it essentially, the nicest way to put it is that these men think that women would rather have sex with dogs than sex with them, which is probably true, but they think the women are actually doing that. That's what the dog pill is. That's now knowledge that you have, and I am sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for putting that out in the world. It's it gets pretty grotesque and it gets pretty like fucking out there, but that's the gist of it. Yeah. So yeah, yeah, that's yeah. That's hopefully that's enough to satiate your curiosity in a way that will like encourage you not to bother. As much as I'm not usually against people like doing their own research and finding out what things are about, this is one of those times where I'm like, just trust me, bro. Just not an issue, but I can shock your kids with your newfound knowledge. Yeah. I love that. I'm glad this power will be used. This knowledge will be used for good. Wonderful. I'm very happy to hear that. I love stuff like that. Trolling children as an adult is super fun, especially as a parent. I love reading about and watching stories where people who are tech savvy enough or have a good enough understanding are able to like troll the shit out of their kids who just think they're dumb idiots who don't know what's going on. And the parents like, "No, I know exactly what this is." Pill philosophy is cringe in general. Yes, pill philosophy is a fucking nightmare. And nightmare shit show. Just don't. It's just not. Tis a silly place. They're 27 and 28. That's perfect. That's perfect. I love that. My mom trolls me all every single time she gets an opportunity, so, you know. I don't know how often like she gets away with it though. My mom's hilarious. You'll probably see her stop by chat at some point in time if you haven't already. I have a handful of other things that I wanted to show you guys. Just because, like, I don't want to get caught up talking about, like, fucking Aaron's dumbass shit all the time. And, like, most of the things that we talk about, like, the company is also, like, applicable, like, across the board to other things. Like, you can apply... Applied sciences, I guess. It's applied critical thinking. Applied, I decided to think about this and ask a singular question in, like, 30 seconds, and it gets... And then they got mad. Good dinner convo. Oh my god, yes. Oh, please tell me how it goes. Let me know how that goes. I made a joke yesterday evening because, like, this person who really doesn't like Katie Joy, but also is, like, super duper mad at Charla and super duper mad at anybody who doesn't, like, just agree with whatever the fuck Steve says, right? And their account is Katie is a liar, and they said something. Let me pull it up because it was pretty funny. Yo, that's what we're here for. We're here for empowering people. I should save. Yeah, thank you very much. I will do that. Because I posted it. Hold on, let me find it. Wait a second. Hold on. Where did I put it? It's in the Discord. Right here. Here we go. Let me just, they were like, I don't know, without any common sense, tagging Renelle and whoever the fuck. Charlotte claims for it. Trying to spell it like, to not get searched or whatever is, like, sussy, right? But claims 4 innocent people have hurt and affected her mental health, meaning, I guess, like, Renelle and Steve and Veda and Aaron. Yeah, very innocent. They didn't do anything, guys. That's nothing. I'd love her to realize what she's doing is affecting many, many others. Like, personally, I don't have much at the moment because of my situation and having Nikki every night keeping us updated with Katie posters, etc., whatever. This person just, like, fuck off, Charla. Like, really, fuck off. Fuck the fuck off. You are nothing but a speck in time. A speck that associates you with Katie Joy. Where? What are you talking about? What? the time spec is like that you're saying that the timing is suspicious, and that's what anyway, that's really stupid. A spec that associates you with Katie Joy, a nondescript drama and tea channel. I mean, if you make an entire fucking Twitter account based on the nondescript drama and tea channel, I feel like you might be tattling on yourself a little bit. You know what I mean? That's all. You can show yourself to the fucking door, just like Nat did, clown, and then it's Charla equals Nat equals Katie. Makes sense to me. But I was just like... you had to give, like, a little bit of a response, and all I just said was, all we are dust in the wind. And I was actually kind of impressed, because they picked up on that song by Kansas. Ugh. No, I've never seen a group of people so angry that someone said they didn't like cancer. So mad. So angry. Oh, it's just somebody who really doesn't, vagary, somebody who just doesn't really understand how the technology works, wanted to explain to them like they were 5. So... And I was like, hey, you got the joke, good job. And, like, sometimes I just like to be a little bit annoying. That's a funny joke, come on. All we are is dust in the wind, and the cans... Come on, that's a funny joke. You can't tell me that's not funny. Like, you can get mad at that. They all they said was that they got the Kansas reference and then just didn't say anything. And it's like, see, come on, we can all get along. It's okay. You don't have to be mad all the time. It's funny. The wind has more long-term impact. I mean, yeah, that's true. Get mad if you breathe. That fucking bitch over there fucking breathing. How dare. That's that mean girl attitude though, right? The how dare they, that bitch breathing. I'm never gonna get over fucking Cheshire. Did you hear yourself? Oh, so funny. I'm like, that's mine. I'm keeping that. That's gonna live in my heart forever. Oh, God. Actually, I'm probably gonna forget after, like, I don't know, once court's over. I was debating on keeping Erin. You know what I mean? Like, like even after court was over, just being like, let's go check and just check in on her, just see how she's doing, and then just hi, thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage. It's like, just as like like my own little lolcow. Just check in on her every so often and be like, oh hey Erin, how you doing? Is this not good? Not good? Oh, that's rough. Bullshit your way out of a paper bag. Oh my god, please just learn something. I saw her yelling about Kathy, and somebody sent me, I can't remember who it was, somebody sent me a fucking clip of Erin yelling about how Kathy P's video didn't have, you're just saying things. And I'm like, but Kathy's playing the video and talking about what's in the video she's playing. That's not just saying things, that's coming to conclusions based off of the thing that she's showing. What are you talking about? God damn it. Unbelievable. I swear to God, I cannot listen to Erin talk for longer than 10 seconds without having to pause it and be like, okay, this is there's 7 levels of stupid here. Like, because it's like, that was dumb. And then as I like process the thing I just heard, I'm like, it's more, the longer I think about it, the stupider it gets. And yes, I used the word stupider on purpose. Imagine that. Like, dear God. I'm waiting for the classic. Oh, but Chesh's art's not even that good. I'm waiting for that one. That's a classic. It's one of my favorites. That's a classic people like to come at me with. I'm like, okay. Whatever you say, man. Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing that chill thing. Like, I just mean to, like, I mean to say that I'm not, like, in making the fucking joke, the Kansas joke about dust in the wind. Like, I'm just making the point that it's, like, what your guys are on about is not, like, you guys need to chill the fuck out. Like, goddamn. Goddamn. You're just, like, so wired. Like, it's alright. The world is not going to end. Calm down. I get that you're upset, but Jesus Christ. Perspective. Yeah, they don't. I mean, Steve is still using my artwork on the Non Sequitur Show channel, so you know, there's that. You know, that thing that had no value. Still using it. Side note, if it didn't have value, why would you need it in the first place? Because that's a thing. That's a thing I see on a regular basis. Silly. Very silly. $10. Oh my god, could you imagine? 10 years from now, we're sitting here having the same fucking ass conversation? No! Please. I will not allow it! I reject this! Absolutely not! No, art has no intrinsic value, yeah. Oh, Vosh wrote an article about the dog pill. Oh, did he? That doesn't surprise me. I'll have to check it out. Vosh is an interesting person. I talked to Vosh once a long time ago. A long time ago. That is the flesh color. I talked to Vosh a very, very, very long time ago, and I doubt he remembers who I am. Like, that's how long ago it was. Very, very long time ago. Oh, Elon Musk trying to run for president. That's a legitimate concern some people have brought forward as a thing that could happen. It's certainly not impossible. Who's messaging me? What is it? What do you want? Is that Manya? Hold on, I'm checking. No. I don't care if I'm not updating. Leave me alone. Oh, I think it was just a friend of mine posting that they're making some meat. Artists losing their jobs. I think art has no value. Yeah, that's fair. I'll check your message in a little bit. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just look at it now. Yeah, I don't know what that was. I think it was a friend of mine posting in a different Discord. In my super secret. God damn, that's a lot of shinies. Holy shit, dude. Bro. Yeah, so a lot of the tech companies and companies like gaming company stuff are all downsizing right now, which is scary for a lot of artists who have like moved for work and like have greatly it's a huge impact, right? So like Riot Games, for example, slashing their projects, and like downsizing after like a big boom because like there was a huge boom during COVID for a lot of for a lot of the gaming industry and a lot of tech stuff, right? And so that coming to like an end, it was kind of inevitable because they all grew really, really quickly and then aren't able to sustain that. And so it makes sense. On the plus side, the ex-rioters, the people who have been getting laid off from Riot, seem to have been provided with a really good severance package, and given access to resources that most companies would not provide. So I mean, that's nice. That's like good to see. It's shit that's really should be the bare bones minimum, but it's good to see that that's happening for them. So like it certainly could be worse, but it certainly could be better as well. Would I be opposed to generative AI if it only drew from public domain art? It would be better. I think I would still not think it's a good idea, but I think it would have less of a an ethical impact. Like it'd have less of an ethical problem. I think it would still hold some of the same problems in that you still can't put anything new into the box. I wouldn't be opposed to Disney, like, hiring artists to train an AI and then paying those artists perpetually for that work every time the AI is used or whatever that contract looks like. But I would want it to be a lucrative and reasonable contract for those artists. I still don't think it would necessarily be a good idea for Disney to do that because I think they would end up losing out in the long run. But, you know. Does that answer your question? Dusty didn't want to talk to you about his AI porn business. He never got to me about that. No, he just... An AI porn business. You know, he's already behind on that, actually. There's, not including, like, illegal shit of, like, putting people's faces on shit, which is disgusting. There's a chat bot dating sim that's all, like, AI generated. And it, like, generates art for the character models, and, like, it's fucking hilarious, man. So we might be a little bit behind the curve on that. Don't give Shad ideas. Oh no. Oh no. But yeah, if you can ethically source the AI, I would then no longer have an ethical issue with it, if that answers your question. I still think it would come with problems, and I think it would be like a short-term money-saving thing rather than like it would ultimately not produce good quality changes and stuff like that. But that's more of a long-term versus short-term cost that we see a lot of companies making that decision on, where they would rather make profits now than invest in something that's sustainable over the long term, which is a decision. What purpose do the huge screws on his shoulder thing do? I have no idea. This is just the character. This is the way he's designed. I don't know what his screws do. I have no clue. No, I don't, like, I've even seen, like, the act, because his soldier outfit, Cloud soldier outfit is incomplete. Like, it's, like, that's part of his character design. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna talk about character design for a minute, because I fucking love talking about this shit. Okay, so, Cloud's character design is specifically, his outfit is an incomplete soldier costume, which is very, very, or like uniform, which is very, very important to his character design because he is not soldier. And so because he is not fully a soldier, he's only got part of the training, he's only got part of the armor, he's only got part of the outfit, which is such good fucking visual storytelling and character design. Fucking big brain fucking bullshit. It's brilliant. However, I have seen the full outfit and what it's supposed to look like. I have no idea what the bolts are supposed to do outside of make his character design specifically look different in its armor compared to Sephiroth. Sephiroth's is very sleek and shine and like clean, whereas Cloud's has these pins in it and it's like spiky and banged up, and like, so like that's the intention. So I don't know if the screws actually serve any practical purpose from my analysis of what it's supposed to do. All right, I'm done my character design rant. It's so big brained. It's so big brained. The only answer I know to this question is Cloud, like, Shinra is dumb sometimes and designs things in a way to be, I don't know. I don't have an answer. I don't know what it's supposed to do. I have no idea. I can't tell you. Good question. Next question. They used to make AI assistants, and those companies switched to the AI girlfriend model as soon as they could. Oh my god. I know, I enjoy the AI girlfriend thing. I think that's hilarious. I'm all for it. Go for it. Do it. Hell yeah. The rule of cool. Logic in my JRPG. Get that shit out of here. This is design aesthetics only. It looks neat. Shut up. How dare you question this? Accurate? The character design in Final Fantasy VII is actually fucking giga-brained. Like, it's so smart. It's so freaking smart what it does and how it does it. I'll talk about this on another stream sometime. Not to, I'll get some resources and so I can show you guys what I'm talking about because it is so goddamn brilliant. It is so freaking smart. It's so mind-blowingly creative and smart and like aesthetic. Have a good night, Jack. We'll see you later. There's a, I did have something, speaking of, like, AI girlfriends and stuff. Speaking of, I do have this that I wanted to show you guys. How do I get my future ex-wife back? I, 38-year-old male, had a best friend, Kathy, 38-year-old female. We met in elementary school and we were very close. I was in love with her, but she moved out of the country and married someone else. Kathy comes to visit me twice a year. I should also say that I have never been in a long-term relationship. 2 years ago, a 30-year-old woman, divorced and with 2 children, moved in. She rented the house next to me. I wanted to be nice and went to say hello to her and see if she needed any help with some furniture. After that, my neighbor, let's call her Lucy, was pretty nice to me, and she started flirting with me and being a little clingy with me. She started bringing me food, talking to me, looking for any excuse to talk. Kathy, what are you noping out already? We're not even on the first page. Kathy flew to visit me, and when she got to my house, Lucy was with me. It was a little awkward that moment, but Kathy mentioned that she didn't like Lucy because she seemed fake to her, and that Lucy was probably just looking for a man to support her children. I told Kathy that I wasn't really interested in Lucy. After a few months later, Lucy invited me to dinner. I wasn't really interested in her, but I accepted. We dated for about 10 months, and then she proposed to me. She was going pretty fast in the whole relationship. I just let it flow, everything. We married. Kathy didn't come to my wedding as she was upset with Lucy. My marriage to Lucy didn't always go well, and it was entirely my fault. Well, that's something. All our fights were about Kathy. Oh yeah? Were they? I talked to my best friend every day. I canceled our plans with Lucy to chat with Kathy. I talked bad about my wife to her, and these types of messages intensifies when I discovered that my wife grabbed my cell phone at night, so even I removed the password from my phone. Our fights lasted about 2 or 3 days, and then we pretended that nothing happened. There were never any apologies. The problem was simply forgotten. It was not forgotten. Why does this sound made up? I don't know. The English is off on it, but that's because English isn't their first language. Bracket. I just want to say that my wife became 100% responsible for her children's expenses. I never paid a single cent for them. We split the household expenses 50-50, and she paid for everything related to her children. She has never asked me for money. Well, 5 weeks ago, we had a pretty big fight. In short, I told her that I was in love with Kathy and that no woman was going to be like her. That I settled for Lucy because Kathy was already married. I also told Lucy that I felt trapped in the marriage and that she forced me into marriage. She stayed pretty quiet. After that fight, she looked dull, she hardly spoke, she's usually very talkative. She preferred to sleep in the room with her children, and when she slept in our bed, she simply turned her back to me. 2 weeks later, I told Lucy that I was coming home early from work. I wanted to take her to dinner to apologize and tell her that I wanted to go to couples therapy to make this work. You let that go on 2 weeks? Yeah, alright. But when I got home, she gave me the divorce papers and she apologized to me for forcing me to get married and wasting my time. We were only married for 6 months. She left and she had already taken out several of her things and her children's things. Her brother came for the rest of the things. I have tried to contact her, but she blocked me everywhere. I'm really so sorry. I miss her and I miss the children. They were always going to welcome me with a hug. They were quite affectionate children. Lucy posted some photos of her and her children on Facebook at a fair. Kathy asked me why I'm not in those photos, and I told her everything, looking for comfort and advice, but instead she was happy about it. I've been ignoring Kathy since then. The thing is, before the whole fight happened, Lucy's daughter, 8-year-old female, invited me to a dance recital. I have my ticket. Should I go? The recital is at on Monday at 5:30 p.m. The thing is, before the blah, 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 blah. Obviously Lucy will be there, and I think it would be an opportunity to talk to her and apologize. I just want a second chance with her. I apologize for my English, and if this post is too long, I will leave a summary. TLDR, I told my wife that she forced me to get married, and I compared her to my childhood best friend. Now she asked me for a divorce, but I want another chance. Okay. So good. There's a lot to unpack there. Bruh. Yeah, bruh is right. Okay. There's two main things that I really want to touch on here. One of them is the way people are reacting to Kathy. A lot of the comments in this post, or in response to this post, are being like, what the fuck is wrong with Kathy? Kathy seems like she's keeping this man like strung on. What is Kathy doing? Kathy's being inappropriate. Blah, 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 blah. Kathy, 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 Kathy. No, this person's looking for advice on how to get their... Not even am I the asshole. They're like, how do I get my soon-to-be ex-wife back? And the answer is, you don't. Leave the poor woman alone. You clearly don't like her. So, first off, we have to take this guy's word for what he's saying, right? Like, we gotta take his word for it. I wonder, particularly at the end, he goes on this bit about how, like, Kathy sounded happy that he was breaking up with his, or this lady was breaking up with him. And he's presenting it as if, like, Kathy's, like, encouraging him to, like, he's the good guy for being upset that Kathy was happy for him. But as far as we understand, he hadn't talked to Kathy in weeks since this fight because she didn't know what was going on, or at least he didn't tell her. And that Kathy's not the one who's done anything wrong here. If her friend was unhappy in a marriage that he was complaining to her about all the time, why wouldn't she be happy that he's not stuck in a thing that he felt trapped in the first place? And so people are saying that, look, well, what Kathy's doing is inappropriate. I'm like, what exactly is Kathy doing? Because as much as he presents it as, oh, Kathy flies here to visit me. Does she, or does she fly here to visit her family and she swings by to see a friend that she talks to on a regular basis? He says that he talks to her every day, but then describes a situation where Kathy has no idea what's going on and, like, why he's not in photos from, like, weeks ago with his new wife and kids. So First off, we need to stop fucking blaming the woman for this guy being an asshole to his wife. Like, fuck off with that shit. Especially for a dude looking for fucking excuses. Did Kathy do something wrong? Maybe. We don't have that information. Anyway, it annoyed me. I was annoyed. I was annoyed by all of this. Second off, this guy's an asshole. Like, this guy's just a dick. This guy wants to have his cake and eat it too. He's one of those people that I bet you any money that, like, Kathy thinks that, like, he's a friend, but he's not a friend at all. He just likes to pretend he's a friend because one day it's gonna be his turn. He's that kind of guy. I hate that shit. Yeah, he should go to therapy by himself. If he wants a chance to, like, fix his marriage or fix whatever relationships he has, yeah, he should go and fix himself first. Sounds like he just wants his wife now because he's lonely. Yeah, well, and now he can't deal with the thing. So right now he's facing some very real consequences, right? And those consequences being that he has to accept that he's like that they're wrong, like he's wrong and they're gone, right? And that's a very real, very empty feeling, which I can be like, yeah, that sucks, bro. And you can say something sucks for somebody and still acknowledge that that is 100% on them. Like, they did this. This is a you thing. Doesn't make it suck any less. But, like, if you're going to the internet on Reddit to be like, but this is everyone's fault but mine, except for this one line where I say it's my fault, and then I proceed to continue on to describe how Kathy's a bad person. And deflect from his issue by being like, Kathy. Is Kathy really going to visit you? Is that what she's doing? Nah, I don't think that's what she's doing. X to doubt, my guy. Bro needs to, like, come to some serious personal understandings about, like, who he is and what's going on in his life. Because he does seem like he's, like, that very passive, because he talked about that, right? He's like, he was very passive and kind of just went with the flow of things, and it's like, he seems like it's that I'm going to just let life happen, and one day, if I keep doing this thing, I'll get my way, and I'll get what I wanted. I miss the kids' hugs. Yeah, that reeks so much of, like, well, but I liked the kids, but I don't like this lady, but I'm finding excuses, and I'm not the bad guy here. Like, I like the kids. Like, bro, stop. Just stop. Just stop. For fuck's sakes, dude. Yikes. Do not want. I ain't about that. Man, how long have we been live? There's so many things to unpack in that. Those bolts would actually be useful to arrest the momentum of a sword. If you were hit between them, the redirection and the slide of the sword would hit the neck or allow... We're talking about the bolts on his fucking thing. God damn it. Yeah, you ain't wrong. Yo, you ain't wrong. Yeah, we been live for 2 hours. Dogs will give you hugs. Yeah, get a dog. Get a dog, man. If that's all you want, get a pet. I don't like actually seriously advising people who are lonely getting pets, or people with depression, or people who have issues getting pets, because, like, pets are a responsibility. And, like, you just go to therapy. Just go to therapy, please, for the love of God. Don't put your hopes and dreams onto an animal and make that animal responsible. Hey, it's a funny joke, but please don't. Please. Please. Plus, for the love of God, don't do this. Don't do this to yourself. Don't do this to the animal. The animal didn't do anything to deserve this. Oh, it might not be useful against Sephiroth, but Sephiroth's not the only person who uses a sword. What about my emotional support crocodile? Hey, listen, you're allowed to have an emotional support animal, but that is you recognizing that you need the support is already a step in the right direction. I'm not saying animals can't help. I'm just saying relying on them to solve all your problems is not fair to the animal. Sorry, I got quiet while I was kind of focusing on this. Sometimes. This needs so much cleanup. This still has like 8 hours worth of work on it. And I haven't even added the fucking other half of what I was planning on drawing. Oh no. Saw a lady get kicked out of the grocery store because she brought her emotional support parrot. A parrot? What? Is that a thing? Can you have an emotional support parrot? Is an emotional support animal just any animal? Is that what we've decided? Is that what we as humans have just agreed upon? Because, like, I'm fine with that. I am not against that as a concept. I made her so pink. What did I do? What was I doing here? I have errors. Mistakes have been made. Ugh, God. I don't know if I hate this or if I like it. I almost want to start again. I've been so unsatisfied with my art recently. Like, I've been so unsatisfied with, like, what the finished product looks like. And part of it's because I never get to the finished product anymore. I'm, like, I get so fucking, like, caught up and not trusting the process that I'm just, like, and I don't finish anything. The struggle is real. Everything is pain. Ugh. Get a Shih Tzu or a Chihuahua and name it after me. Don't do that. Don't do that. Please. I beg of you. Oh, God. Like, I don't hate the texture, but I kind of, like, hate that it... I'm not satisfied. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, you gotta pick up after your pets, man. You can't just expect everybody to look after that for you. Sometimes having an animal while you are like suffering from anxiety and stress can be really great if you've got the right kind of animal for it and you know what, like, you get like a doctor recommendation and stuff like that. But like, if you are not in the right headspace, then who's gonna take care of the animal? And like, I get the concept, because the concept is like, oh well, if the animal is there, then you're going to be forced to do the thing, but it's not that simple. It's just not how that works. It will work for some people, but it's not like a catch-all, fix all the problems type thing. I should take a quick break, actually, since I've been live this long. Yeah, Athens, I love what you did. That's great. I'll look at it in a little bit more detail later. So okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in a little bit. So I'm gonna put the thing on, and I will be back. God, rabbit hole gives me anxiety. She just, God. Hi, hello, I'm back. I brought this to the table if we wanted to look at it. I have this here. I don't know if this is something we actually wanna look at. We're still gonna keep doing art, and it'll just won't take up this much of the screen, obviously. We'll just put it in the corner as we go, but it's. I got more tea. It's also very milky, specifically because I had enough milk left in the milk bag that was like that in between. It was a little bit more milk than I wanted, but also like, you know, I couldn't just leave that much milk in there. That wouldn't have been good. Ugh. Oh, hi, Manya. Don't do this to yourself. It's only 12 minutes long. How bad could it be? How bad can I be? How bad can I possibly be? Like, come on. We just make it small. We'll just put it over here. Like, what's the worst that could happen, right? Like, what's the... Oops. That's not what I wanted. What's the worst that could happen? Come on. No? No, what? Were you supposed to give me milk? I was just talking about you. I knew you'd show up. I knew it. Brew it. You think we shouldn't? You think we shouldn't? Is this gonna like give me an aneurysm? It might. Probably. Alright, chat, you guys need to vote. 1 in the chat if you think this is gonna give me an aneurysm. 2 in the chat if you think it's gonna be like a nothing burger that I'm not gonna care. I was saying that you pop by sometimes and that you troll me at every opportunity that you get. We're talking about being a parent and trolling your children. Because I was telling the lovely ladies in here what the dog pill was. Because I brought it up by accident. I'm a fool. Ugh. Should we not? One. It's gonna give me an aneurysm. 1. Nothing wrong with me. 2. Nothing wrong with me. 3. Nothing wrong with me. 4. I can only count to 4. I can only count to 4. I can only count to 4. Oh, who let me be here? Who allowed me to exist? Who decided this was a good idea? This is down the rabbit hole. This is down the rabbit hole at bedtime. She loves the company, and she's gonna, you know, die for the company. She's gonna sacrifice herself for the company. Hey Landon, how's it going? We're doing art. We're doing art, and we were talking about, I have this post as well if you guys want to take a look at this one. This is am I the asshole for wanting to take my 4-year-old baby away from her dad without saying anything to him? Like, leave while he's sleeping. Because I do nothing but provide you people with pain and suffering. I have no idea who unleashed the goblin, but I'm glad they did. Oh, brother. My ears might bleed. Oh, no. I mean, I feel like that might just be a perpetual state of sadness. Oh, people were asking me to update the Amazon wish list for myself and Puck. I did do that. I did put a fancy tablet on there, which is like one of the cheap fancy tablets, but don't feel obligated. It's just on there as that, you know, like, let's put one big thing. Everything else is like goofy mugs. Like mugs for tea and stuff, and I don't really need anything. So like, you can send me some popcorn if you want. You're making dinner. It's soup from the garden. Garden soup. That's the best kind of soup. Garden soup. I made a grilled cheese sandwich before stream. I don't know what I'm gonna. I think I might make some potatoes after stream, but I gotta go to the grocery store tomorrow. We're doing another one of these streams like this tomorrow. By the way, this is what the schedule is like now. This is what we're here for. Like I said, I was gonna hyper focus on just doing art streams, so that's mostly what we're gonna be doing. But like, I'm gonna pull stuff up like I've been doing in betweens and for breaks and stuff. We'll pull up a topic and have a chat about it and look at some stuff. So we're saved from watching it. I feel like my mom and Landon showing up might have just like unironically like saved our brain cells. Why are you buying clothes at the soup store? That is my favorite. Was one of my favorite things on the internet. I love that bit. Where are you? I'm buying soup. Well, hurry up. I'm at soup. I'm not buying clothes. I'm going to the next aisle. It's still soup. What do you mean it's just soup? Still just soup. Go to the next aisle. Look at the pantry, fridge, and cool room for stuff to put in soup. Slow cook it and blend for smoothness. Ooh. Ooh. Just being near Landon raises your IQ by 11 points. It do. YouTube chat's frozen? Why did that happen? What? Well, maybe I need to refresh it. Oh no. Oh no. Huh? I don't know how to do that. Is it fixed? I think I fixed it. I can only count to 4. I can only count to 4. Some cream. I feel like I don't even know if like there's any soup that's worth even consuming if it doesn't have some kind of like milk or cream in it. Even if it's not like a thick soup, just like a little bit. I also really like putting mustard in things. I made chicken Alfredo. That's what I'm gonna get at the grocery store. I'm gonna get chicken Alfredo. I made chicken Alfredo and I put mustard in it. And I'm like, this is the best decision I've ever made in my life. It's so good. Not like a lot of mustard in, just like a little bit. Just like a nice little, like the amount you would put on a singular hot dog. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Mustard, yeah, yeah, April's on the same page as me. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Having leftover steak. Yum. That's good too. I was eating leftovers yesterday, but now all the leftovers are gone, so I have to make something new. I made mac and cheese yesterday. Oh, sorry, no, I didn't eat leftovers yesterday. I ate leftovers on Sunday. And I made mac and cheese yesterday. I could make more mac and cheese. I do have the ingredients to make more mac and cheese. I don't think I want to, though. To be fair, when I made mac and cheese yesterday, I made a lot of mac and cheese. I ate a really big plate of mac and cheese. Like, probably not a good amount. Like, I probably should, like, maybe not eat for 3 days kind of amount of mac and cheese. How is Puck? Puck is doing pretty good. Maybe the bolts could be used for attachments? Maybe. Maybe they could. carrots and leeks. Oh, a potato leek stew. Or potato and leek soup. I haven't made that in a long time. I need to go to a different grocery store. I keep going to a Zayre's that's nearby, and I need to go to a different one because sometimes Zayre's sucks for their selection of vegetables. Their vegetable selection is kind of meh. Like, it's just not great. There's some stuff that's really good that you won't find other places, but like a lot of the basic, like the bare basic stuff, it's just not there. So I gotta go to like somewhere else. There's a Sobeys relatively close to me. I haven't been in there in a long time. Usually that place is kind of considered pretty expensive, but I guess I haven't been in there a long time. I don't know if it actually is anymore. Leeks are great. Yeah, the bandage is off Puck's foot. He just got his foot soaked in some stuff. He doesn't like that. It's a little bit his wound is a little bit raw at the moment, which, you know, to be expected. But he's going up and down the stairs, no problem. He's walking a lot better than he was. He's being a little bit of a dink about it, but, you know. He's old, I guess he's allowed. He does not like having his foot soaked in the iodine, and I think that's probably because it hurts a little bit because his foot's a little bit exposed, but that'll gradually stop. Could you use the method of flood fill areas and then clip mask? Yes, you could definitely do that. So like, so I have a gray underneath, right? And so the way you would do that is you would go into this button here. You could use this one, which lets you just click and drag, or you could use this one, which kind of lets you do points, as you can see, right? And then you would just, or you could use the magic selector, and then kind of could just control to try and grab everything. But the best method is probably with the regular lasso tool. And then you would just grab the section that you want to do, trace it over, blah, 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 grab this, do. Let's pretend that I want the front part of the hair. Let's take that piece as well, and then just clip it there. Then I could just, say I wanted a blonde, I can just go here, I can bucket fill, make a new layer, go, and then you can make a clipping mask on top, and then color shift it. It's a fun way to do it. It is not currently what I'm doing. Oh yeah, you can do it without the lasso tool as well. It's just what I would do in this one in particular, because I would want it have it. I would want it sectioned off. But that's just me, and that's just a method. I was discussing earlier how I'm not satisfied with my artwork right now because I'm keep giving up on things before I actually finish the process because I'm like, ah! I'm not trusting the process. I'm getting annoyed at myself because I'm not trusting the process, which is making me not trust the process more. I'm stuck in a loop of bad art. Oh no, I know you're not correcting me. No, you're good. You're good. Gucci. That's just a method, an art method. Thanks for watching. I could be less of a weenie as well and just select all the gray area and like just hard delete it out and save like myself 30 minutes of like just me futzing around. But I'm using my futzing around time is very important to me. it's I need it. I needed the process. I hate ads now. I want Takis. Did you get an ad for Takis? That's really funny. You can become a member. Use your Amazon Prime to avoid ads. Blah, 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 blah. Shameless plug goes here. Oh, Athens asked me a question. Where's the question? Why didn't he tag me? Since you missed my question, do you think the deck that caused his toe to explode, do you think he got caught in the cracks? Oh, it could be a couple of different things. I think that might be one of the things. Because I think, like, he has a habit of slipping, and so it could have happened when he slipped, or it could have gotten stuck in the deck. Those are a couple of the options. It might have been that. Futzing around is important with programming. Yeah, that makes sense. I was about to say I agree, but what the fuck do I know? I'm not a programmer. I think futzing around is just an important thing for humans to do to help them process whatever the thing is that they're working on. Futzing around is a valuable commodity that needs to be taken more seriously by the industries. By Big Pharma. I don't know where my brain is today. Yeah, we probably put on that rabbit hole video later. It's only 12 minutes long. It can't be that bad. Right? Surely. Surely it can't be that bad. Is that a threat? Sar? Are you threatening me? Threatening me with a good time? I'll show you. I love shit like that. It's so goofy. Like, it's coming along. I just keep getting stuck in this, like, painterly way of doing things, which is usually not what my intention is when I start. And then I'm like, oh, well, now I'm committed to this. Ugh. Why do I keep doing this to myself? Because I'm trying to be better. That's why. Because I'm learning and practicing. Cheshire turned into a 1940s gangster. Yeah, no, Cheshire is definitely like a 1980s gangster who's a lawyer who works for the mob. That like does their lawyer job and like helps them embezzle their taxes. You see? Yeah. Listen here. Stop doing crime, asshole. Oh, God. Sometimes you get a bad boss who doesn't understand futzing. Then, thanks that you're retired. Yeah, fair. Oh, learning! Oh, brother. I don't know what to tell you. I feel like every time I'm painting, I'm like, I feel like everything is too gray, like there's not enough color in things. Like, this looks okay, but the face doesn't feel like face enough. I need to find out where, like, there should be, like, this color mixed in. And I'm just, like, but I don't know what that color, I don't know how to find this color. And it's like, I have to just kind of fake bullshit blend the colors together to try to get the color that I'm looking for. But the blending in Krita doesn't do what I need it to do, because it's not just Krita problem, it's digital paint. Digital paint does not blend the way that regular paint blends. Bleh. I love mashed potatoes. Saw that on a Futurama episode. Stop doing the things you're accusing me of. That would be a start, right? But that's still like really gray. Can I get like a brighter... Can I get like a brighter version of that? Is it like here? Is that like this? Ooh, barbecue sauce. Yum. Yum. Good. You guys ever seen those commercials? You guys miss Cheeton. You know what? There's people here who didn't see Cheeton, and I'm gonna bring back Cheeton because like I feel like you guys need to see Cheeton. Hold on. Hold on one hot second here. This is incredibly necessary, and you absolutely need to see this. This is Cheeton. Cheeton is an otter mascot of Japan who isn't selling anything, but it like buys ad space for their unhinged as hell videos. And I was watching this, and I turned the audio on, and I don't know what I was expecting, but it was better than I imagined. So I'm gonna put it. I love how unhinged Cheeton is. It's like look, it's just look at him. He's riding a. He's just trying to ride on a. So unhinged. I love Cheeton so much. He's fighting a bear. I love Cheeton so much. Amazing. I'll never get over it. Cheeton's great. 10 out of 10. How many versions of this painting would I have done if it wasn't digital? Too many. A bajillion. 1,700. All of them. I'd have done it 100 times. Every time. A bajillion times. All the times. I don't have a real answer for you because, like, I couldn't even say. I don't have, like, a whole lot of, experience painting in anything except watercolor, and even then, my skills are not. Like, I probably would have finished this as a sketch. Like, I wouldn't have finished it as a full painting. So that's likely what it would look like. I would suspect. I spec. I love Cheeton. I absolutely love Cheeton. Cheeton's absolutely just completely unhinged. Ooh, sweet onion. Good choice. I mean, there is the old saying that you'll like you'll never truly complete anything, but I mean, there's a rule in art that I wish I learned a long time before I did, and it's this idea, or I guess it's not a rule, it's a concept. And it's the concept of don't put more into a piece than you're going to get out of it. So, like, if you're already done, if you've learned what you think you're going to be able to learn from the piece, stop working on it. And it doesn't mean that you have to necessarily, like, be satisfied wholly with every piece of artwork. Not everything deserves to be finished. Well, if they're in the live stream, then it should be green. One thing that I have that's like not quite great and could really stand to be better is that my pen does not turn. So if you'll notice this pen, it stays this direction no matter how I move my hand around, right? It stays up and down. It's not supposed to. It's supposed to turn. It doesn't. It doesn't because the tablet I have doesn't do that. It's a limitation of the product that I'm using. And it's not like that big of a deal, but it's a frig, man. The current tablet, the current like dream tablet I want is like $600, $700. Which is actually pretty well priced for what it is, because it's like a 22-inch, like, fancy looking motherfucker. Put a yellow strip on a canvas, say it represents your struggles, and sell it for millions. I could just be like, this, I'm gonna draw a painting that represents the struggles of my life. And it's just gonna be like a sad, like, looking fucking just a tired goblin. It's just a tired fucking goblin. Llama Cloud didn't deserve to get done, but then it made some people happy. I mean, yeah, like, that's a thing sometimes. Sometimes you do something. I do so much work just for the meme of it. Like, I do so many things just because I think it's funny. Like, it's not because, like, I think it's good or, like, is necessarily even a good idea or deserves to exist. It doesn't have to provide anything. It deserves to be just because it is. It doesn't have to... And that's one of the things with art. You don't have to justify its existence. It exists because it does, and it deserves to be by being. It justifies its own existence by being there. You don't have to, like, especially with art, and yourself, you don't have to justify your presence. You're here and you deserve to be here, and that is inherent because you're here. And that's how it works. Welcome to, like, back to Uwu Guru Chesh. Listen, you deserve to be here because you're here. I did put that tablet on my wish list. I added it today or yesterday. I think I put it on yesterday. I updated it and I was just like, listen, nobody needs to get this for me. It's not a necessity. And then I added a bunch of goofy cups. Like goofy like teacups. You are a meme. Listen, that's all I want to be in my life. I just all I want to be is a fucking joke. Although as much as I say that, I get really annoyed when people don't fucking listen to me. I guess it's because I'm not really what I aspire to be yet. I wish I dreamed of a day where I can just be a joke, but right now I have too many responsibilities to tell people that they're fucking wrong. So I don't get to be a joke yet. Oh god, I'm an asshole. Oh fucking Christ. Ugh. So I just spend too much of my time telling people that their opinions don't fucking matter. I was explaining something the other day. I was explaining, like, one of the reasons why I don't give bad advice is because I know the people who would benefit from the advice aren't going to listen anyway. So you don't need to purposefully give people bad advice. In fact, you're better off to give them good advice, because you know they're not going to do it. Half my life is telling people that they're wrong. The other half is accepting that I'm wrong. Oh, well, I mean, I would agree, except I'm about to tell you that you're wrong, thus proving the point. There are times when nobody's wrong. And it's more often than you think. I regularly struggle with the question about why somebody would feel justified to tell somebody, like, another country how they need to live their lives. And it's like, how do you know that you're right? Like, how do you know that your way of doing things is better than other people's, and how do you justify that? And that's something that that's a thing that just crosses my mind, either at random or because something has come up on the news that I'm just like, good. So that's bad. And like, but how do I process this? You have never talked to my father. Everything is someone else's fault, or it doesn't exist. Oh, I think I have talked to your father then. That sounds really familiar to me. Sometimes no one is wrong because everyone else is right. Sometimes everybody is right as well. I mean, that's a true thing as well. Sometimes nobody's wrong, but sometimes everyone is right, which is weird. That's a weird concept. I think that one happens less often, maybe. At least in my experience. But hey, what the fuck do I know? I'm just an uwu guru. I'm just a goblin. I can't be expected to understand these types of things. I'm just here to be disrespectful to gossipy old bitches. Could you imagine making your entire internet presence running around telling like older women online that they just like to gossip and nobody cares about their opinion? God, what a waste of fucking time. Trying to get the carrot toy for Puck, but it's not allowed to be bought as a gift. Oh. Oh. Okay. There was a weird setting when I was looking at the Amazon wish list, so maybe it's fixed. I don't know. It was like not sending things because it was requiring like an additional quantity of the thing, and I'm like, what the heck is this? So I got rid of that, so I don't know. Sounds like the most ironic job. Yo, you're right. Yeah, that is. That would be like the most ironic job. Just running around telling people that their opinions don't matter. And thus, like, your opinion also doesn't matter. So, like, none of it matters. Everything is a wait. Like, everything is. We live in an empty void. Time is meaningless. Existential crisis away. Right and wrong are a matter of perspective. I mean, yes, but, right? And, like, so, like, how do you justify your way and your perspective over someone else's? Particularly when people are being hurt, right? If people are being, like, denied, like, basic rights, first off, you have to justify that it's a right in the first place, and that's already like that's like a decently high bar. Oof, sorry, I was just cracking my back. The Russian government is the I'm sure there are 50 accounts on Twitter alone doing just that, telling old women they're gossipy bitches. I feel like I need to get like an audio recording of myself saying, "How do you know that?" So that way I can automate my own fucking like response videos. Be like I get to participate less and less in my own videos because I basically just turn into an NPC. I don't think there's anything necessarily inherently wrong with being a gossipy bitch, but at least know your place. At least understand what you're doing and why you're like. At least understand what you are. Don't pretend you're some fucking detective, or don't pretend you're something you're fucking not. Or like act like you're doing anybody a fucking favor. Or like keep it offline at the very least. God, the internet was a mistake. I'm just kidding. I love the internet. I love the internet. It's like so insane. It's so chaotic. It makes no sense. I love it here. This is Ugh. I'm allowed to be here and just have a good time, and like, who's gonna stop me? Michael McDoesn't exist? Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. Don't stop me now. Having such a good time. I'm having a ball. Don't stop me now. Don't be a Tesla. Yeah, right? This is like the one rule in the Discord, right? The only rule is just don't be a dick. Like it's not that hard. There's like a certain level of like assholery that's like expected, right? Like people chatting, people having different opinions and discussing things. There's a certain like a decorum, right? There's a decorum of like expectation, social expectations, right? Which is all fine and well and good and whatever. But like, don't be a dick. Just don't be a dick. Without the internet, I would have seen Puck and Chesh. Unsalted butter. I never use unsalted butter for anything. I probably have a cholesterol problem. I guess I also don't use salted butter very often, regardless. But that's not the point. That's besides the issue. I think Jesus said that. Don't be a dick. I think Jesus did say that. I think that was the gist of something that Jesus was probably trying to get across. Don't be a dick. Guys, come on, please. It's not that hard. Just don't be a dick. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Justice. I mean, I think I'm kind of satisfied with this. I have been having this issue where I keep over painting. Like I'm putting in too much like variation in detail where I don't want there to be, and I've been struggling with that. Did I really? Were you actually gonna make the Hall of Justice joke? God damn it. That's nuts. The Israeli government just took that advice as an insult. Don't be a dick. And they took exception to that. I mean, that's kind of what happened with the company, right? I said, that's not swatting. And they took exception to that. Oh, no. Every so often, people have been sending me videos of, like, Aaron or Renell or whoever, like, saying some shit about me, right? And my response has been consistently, oh, no. Anyway. Like, I'm pretty sure one of the reasons why I'm fairly confident that I won't be talking about this much once the court date is over is because I won't need to watch it, right? So right now I'm watching more, like way more of their content than I would ever watch otherwise, because I need to, so I know what's going on, right? For like very real reasons. So, like, I know once the court date's passed, I likely won't be talking about this nearly as much because I'm not going to be aware of it because I'm not going to be watching as much content. Because there'd be no reason for me to watch their content. So I already don't care what they have to say, and I don't care about your opinion. So why would I waste my time? I just don't have the patience. Like, some of you have, like, the patience of saints to be watching this much fucking garbage. Like, goddamn. And, like, I know some people are watching it because it's like, oh, it's a train wreck that they can't look away from, and I understand some people are, like, hate watching it, and I understand. Like, I get that there's, like, a plethora of, like, things. I just can't. I just can't be bothered. Fresh squeezed garlic? You have a garlic garden? God damn it, Landon, man. Landon's living the best life. Jeez. My entire left shoulder from like here to here is super stiff. I should really do something about it. I give you a new commandment. Don't be a dick as I have not been a dick against you. John 13:34. Oh, Landon. Landon. It's you can't just say things like that and expect to not get banned from streams. One of the things that I do enjoy doing that I kind of use these streams for and like the tavern for is not for like I'm not very good at like awareness, like helping people like be aware of things that are going on in the world and stuff like that. I'm not that that's just not really something that I'm good at. But something that I do enjoy that I do feel like I'm kind of good at is facilitating a conversation. It's like, okay, here, now that this is a thing, here you go. How do we allow this conversation to exist? How do we take this difficult subject and how do we talk about it? Right? Like how do we talk about a character being, whether or not it's okay for a character to be sexist in a show? And the answer is, of course it's okay for a character to be sexist in a show. Sexist people exist. Sexist characters exist. And so it makes sense that they would be in a show. So what's the context about like when does it work and when doesn't it work and why? because like talking about why it does or does not work is the hard part of the conversation. Just being like, I don't like it is not like, okay, great, that's like your opinion, but does having a sexist character facilitate sexism in like your day-to-day life or in society? And the answer is that sure it could, if you're glorifying sexism, or if you're glorifying these traits or these behaviors. It's like if you like a show and that show has a toxic problematic character with issues, and you glorify that character with issues while not understanding that like the parts that you're glorifying are their issues. The classic example, or an example that comes to mind, is like House from House, or what's his face from Breaking Bad, or like Rick Sanchez from whatchamacallit, whatever, Rick and Morty. I think you can have a character that is like Andrew Tate. The thing is that Andrew Tate character can't and should not be rewarded for his behavior. The same way he's not being rewarded for his behavior in real life. Right? House is a fantastic show. Yeah, absolutely. It's a very good show, but like I don't think like I think that if you were to take House and remove his problematic character traits, you wouldn't have as good of a show. Because exploring those problematic character traits and how those character traits negatively impact himself and those around him is part of the show. Right? It's part of what makes the show interesting, because it informs conflict, and you can't have a really very entertaining show if you don't have any fucking conflict. So like if you glorify Sherlock Holmes, you don't understand the character Sherlock Holmes, right? Sanji from One Piece, yeah, Sanji doesn't get rewarded for being like a sexist goomba. And there are times where he's more or less appropriate, and when he's more appropriate, he has a better time than when he's not. There are also like some shows that like suffer from like when they come from, and I understand like trying to reframe or reformat some of those issues, right? Or tackling them in a little bit of a different way. So that's kind of what I'm hoping the One Piece, sorry, not One Piece, the live action Avatar: The Last Airbender is gonna do. Yeah, we're talking about Sokka a little bit. We were talking about that a bit earlier. So I'm kind of hoping that what they do with it is that they don't get rid of it, but they do change it to be more appropriate or better for a TV audience, like a live action TV audience. Because I do agree that like a lot of the reason why I'm not the biggest fan of anything getting turned into from animation to live action is specifically because it's really hard to do it and do it well. It's really difficult. Um, because there are things that happen in animation that just do not translate very well. And so I'm kind of hoping that's the direction that they're taking. Like that's what they mean, is like, hey, listen, we're not getting rid of his sexism, but some of the jokes do not, and some of the approach doesn't work for live action. So we're not getting rid of the character trait and the arc, but we're changing it to make it better for this medium. So I'm being a little bit too charitable there. I think that it is important to his character arc, though, because I mean, some people might argue that Sokka's character arc doesn't need that sexism part, but part of his arc is him feeling like he is the lone man who has to defend his entire tribe by himself from the Fire Nation, and then that's the role that he's supposed to take on, and he's a dick about it. And it's not until they leave and he starts learning that other people can and are just as strong as he is regardless. My girlfriend turned into the moon. Ooh, I could go for a bacon cheeseburger. This sounds great. So, like, I think that part of his, I think that part of his character is important. Just from that, like, the going from this toxic ideal of what it's like to be the man of the tribe to a more adult version of, and like more reasonable version of that, of him being like a responsible leader, and like that's part of the arc that he goes through. One of my fans is back on Twitter. I have a fan. Who would be dumb enough to be a fan of this guy? Who would be foolish enough? I feel like I need to take the approach of the Lady of Pain. Don't talk to me. Don't look at me. If you're a fan of me, I'm gonna flay you alive. If you try, I'll end your existence myself. I'm a lot more satisfied with the way this is looking now that I like suffered through. Like I just kept going. Trust the process. I'm going to lose my mind. Who would be so stupid as to like, yeah, I know, right? Listen, I'm amazing, but you shouldn't like me. I'm not that kind of amazing. That's the wrong kind of amazing. And that was one thing that I've learned from my time on the internet, is there's a very specific type of person that doesn't like the type of person I am, and they're usually hiding some bullshit. You know what I mean? The kind of people who don't like me are the kind of people who are fucking dishonest as shit. And it's because I don't pull punches. Like, I'm not gonna not call you out because you're like, I like your content. No, like, if I like your content, I'm more likely to call you out. Consistency, motherfuckers. I don't like it. Like, if Dapper started pulling some shit, I'd be like, yo, Dapper, what the fuck? I wouldn't not talk about it just because it's Dapper. And I love Dapper. I like your moxie, kid. Yeah. Alright, so who is it? Who's showing up? Do I got somebody talking shit? Oh, the I rarely care person. The one that yes, the individual that was wishing death upon my dog. Lovely. How exciting. Rarely one that cares. I get it. I get it. Shit talker Texas Ranger? What the fuck? No, you can be a fan of Puck and not a fan of me. That's totally viable. That is 100% acceptable. In fact, I think that's the way it probably should be. Don't forget to like the stream or I'm gonna kiss you in the mouth. Look out, I'll do it. Oh, thanks, Landon. Do I need to go look at Twitter? Do I need to stop what I'm doing? Is it urgent? I feel like it's probably not. I rarely care. Goblin cooties. Trying to unionize your factory. Any advice? I left a more detailed message in the Discord. Okay, so if you want to unionize, the first thing you need to do is reach out to other unions. Reach out to other unions in your area, or even if they're far away, over through like online resources. The first thing you should do is talk to other unions in your field, wherever they may be. So that's the first thing you should do. I honestly don't even think. Next thing, write down everything. Record and write down everything that you're doing, and record and write down anything and everything. Your next step is probably going to, or your next congruent step that you can take while you're reaching out to other unions, is to get a vibe check on the other people that you work with. But make sure that you try to do so in a way that you don't get fucking union busted, because that's a thing. So be wary of that. You may also want to get in touch with your local labor board, so that way you can make sure that your rights are covered and you're already like ready to go on stuff, and they can probably also potentially give you advice on how to approach this kind of thing as well. But the very, very, very first thing you should do is reach out to the local labor board and your and the first thing you should do, definitely, but even before talking to the labor board, the first thing you should do is talk to other unions in your area and other unions in your field. That would be my advice. Not urgent. I thought you'd give you a heads up. Ah. Cool. Thanks. I appreciate that. I appreciate your moxie, kid. Oh, that's a good one. April. I've been blessed. Been blessed this day. Sounds like somebody's not gonna not like the stream on purpose. You can't do that. That's illegal. We have fun here. This is a fun-only zone. That is one thing about the internet that I find confusing, that a lot of people do. It's like, if it's not fun, like if you're not having fun, why are you here? Like, like if you're really having that bad of a time, you know what I mean? Like, I get it. I get that, like, some people like have to be online for their jobs, or they have to be connected to the internet in some way for like what they're doing. But like, I mean, here specifically, like, why are we in this box canyon? Like, if Nikki's not having fun, and Ronell's not having fun, and like none of them are having fun, why are they here? I've talked to one and sent some emails to others. I've vibe checked a few of my coworkers and they seem to be on board. Haven't done the labor board yet. We'll do so tomorrow. Yeah. Talk to other unions. Yes. You might be able to, if you can, join a union that exists already. That's like one of the easier ways to do it, from my understanding. Again, it's probably different where you are, but if you can join a pre-existing union, or they've already got the resources and shit all laid out for you, perfect. If you have to start something brand new, you're still better off talking to them anyway. I give the best advice. I always give good advice. Sometimes hate boners are stronger than enjoyment. I feel like then what you're doing is you're just enjoying the hate boner. No? Isn't that what you're doing? Isn't that what that is? If you're like hate watching somebody because you like enjoy, you're doing it because you enjoy hating on them. Which is, you know, in a bubble is not necessarily a bad thing. It's only really a bad thing is when you get too into doing that and that's the only thing you're doing. And like, if and when you start to take things like too far, right? Like, there's like, because I mean, it's in the name. You're doing it too much. You're hoping to join when your factory is owned by like 3 or 4 levels of corporation. Oh yeah. You got this. If you keep the bubble small enough. Yeah. Like, and again, some people are more into it than others, and some people are better at it than others, right? Like, I'm not very good at hate watching. I'm really not. I don't really get a whole ton of enjoyment out of it. I don't like, it doesn't scratch any itches for me. So like, I don't like sit around and hate watch like Ben Shapiro or something like that. But I do like watching commentary on things that I don't like. So like I really like watching like the old Jon Stewart takedowns of like fucking Fox News, but I'm not gonna hate watch Fox News. Did you hear that Jon Stewart's coming back? Oh, I'm so fucking excited. I feel kind of bad that he is. Because it's like, oh, this poor man retired and everything went so to shit, he feels the need to come back. Join the Discord, we hate watch every other week. It's not wrong. Started a union when you taught in a one room school. We had 3 teachers and a bus driver. It was so much work. Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I think some people get stuck in a cycle. I think that happens a lot more than not. Like I think most often when people are hate watching, they're not doing it in a healthy way. Like this stream at one point had like 35 people watching it, and I bet you a good number of it is like just hate watching. Then again, I guess like the time frame rolled over. So I should probably let you guys know. What I'm trying and aiming at doing. So like I've got another stream doing this tomorrow, right? And that's gonna be like the ongoing thing for the next little while. So we'll do like our regular like shit showy chats. But I'm gonna be doing it the way I did it today. It'll probably go through a little bit of iteration as we go. They'll be on YouTube and they'll be on Twitch. So like you'll still be able to like join the memberships or super chats or whatever, yada yada yada. We still have the tavern being an organized show the way it is, no problem. But I'm going to be I lost my train of thought. Send help. Hello? I completely lost my train of thought because I saw the Shapiro and McDonald rap come up. Like, oh no! I did see that. I did see that. It's terrible and I hate every second of it. It makes me cringe. And the whole time I was watching it, I'm like, I kind of want Eminem to respond. But I don't think he will because why would he? Um, what was I trying to say? I don't remember. I'm gonna be doing a lot of art streams for the next little while. Oh, I remember. I'm gonna be starting them. I'm gonna be trying to start them earlier and earlier. So I'm today I started at 4. I'm gonna try and start at 2 for a little while, and then I'm gonna start trying to start at noon. And so I'm gonna start pushing them a little bit earlier and earlier in the day. So that's the goal. The Shapiro Destiny parody. I did not see that. Southern Mutton reactivated her channel. Oh no, is the video that she took it down for still up? Because I was literally talking about today how I did not talk about her video because I was like, oh, well, she took it down, so like I'm fine to leave it alone. Yeah, I'm planning on starting it a little bit earlier and going like a little bit later. So like these are going to be long streams, so they're definitely like a come in and come out. Art takes time. I'm sorry. The streams can't be 2 hours if I ever want to get anything done. And I'm kind of refocusing back on like how I started on the internet a little bit because I keep talking about wanting to do that, and so I'm just finally doing it. So I'm just like, I'm gonna keep doing my planned shows with Manya and Landon and Dapper and all that good shit. But I'm going to be doing a whole lot of art streams, and so like my goal is to get to the point where I can start at like 9 in the morning, well, like I used to do a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. And what I would really like to do is I would like to, once we kind of get into the swing of things, I'd like to bring like have an open channel sometimes so I could actually bring people on to chat with me a little bit. So we can talk about all kinds of stuff. And then it's not just me talking at you. You guys can just call in or whatever and be like, hi, I want to talk about a thing. And be like, yeah, cool, let's talk about a thing. The parody is really good. I like the morning streams. I really liked the morning streams too. Like back in the fucking day. Change your sleep schedule? Uh-oh. Please don't rely on me for your sleep schedule. But I'll likely be shifting to like a 9 or 10 to like a 4 or a 5, depending. We actually want to get things done. Imagine what a world. What a world where the artist wants to actually do art. Fuck me, am I right? God damn. Ugh. But I hope you guys will be willing to join me and come along on that. If not, I totally understand. But I'll try to keep kind of a little bit of both of like all the above content going. It's true, I don't have a sleep schedule. I just pass out. I just die. I just go from dead to alive to dead again eventually. there's no hope for me. Go on without me. Leave me. So like that's why I still want to like bring on like I was showing you guys when I was pulling up like the Cheeton stuff. Like I'm bringing it over and we're gonna play it and then we're gonna talk about it while we do art about like other things. That's kind of what the aim is gonna be. But toodaloo, kitties. You're off too intoxicated. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, no. Have a good day. Sleep it off. Sleep it off. Get some water. Take a Tylenol before bed. In Soviet Russia, art does you. I mean, who's to say? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, brother. But yeah, the whole point of these streams is to keep you guys company while you're doing other stuff. Like, one of the main things I was aiming for when I did it the first time was that people are at work. And, like, it's just like it's just kind of like a talk show with, like, a little bit of visuals so you can look back over and see the art being done. So there's like some kind of natural progress during the show. Except when I delete everything at the end. Because delete your art. Pretend like it never existed, because did it really actually exist? Was it truly ever there to begin with? You don't know. You don't know. It wasn't. It wasn't there. Fake news. You're fake news. April, Landon's yelling at you if you didn't see it. Yeah, I'm here for you while you do other things. I am welcome to emotional support goblin land. I am here to be an emotional support goblin. Please enjoy your time. Please keep your arms and legs in at all times. Did I say what I was gonna make for dinner today? I feel like I've already forgotten. God. My mind has been so occupied by bullshit that doing anything is just so difficult. Jeez, man. Somebody send me some popcorn. Please. I beg of you. Get a better sleep schedule anyway. Split shift sleeping. Ugh. That sounds terrible. That sounds awful. God, why? Oh. Ew. Hate. A double hate. Loathe entirely. I hate everything about the way that sounds. Absolutely not. I reject this in its entirety. Never speak to me of this again. Actually, I had a friend of mine that I asked him, and he said he'd be willing to record this. He does this thing when we're like playing games and shit or hanging out, and it's one of my favorite things. It's super adorable, and he's just like, no, absolutely not, rejected, no. Like the way he says it is perfect, and I want to get a sound clip of it. Do goblins sleep? If so, how much? I think Athens said it best. Goblins don't have a sleep schedule. They pass out. So basically, they go and they go and they go until they stop going. Then they stop. They will not go for a short amount of time and then continue going again. Why does Cloud look like an emo phase? Because Cloud came out while everybody was having an emo phase. Did you see Advent Children? Oh, yo! that movie's a walking emo phase. Because Cloud is a very emotional character with a lot of fucking problems. This dude is broke in the head, man. Like, actually, literally, though. He's got, like, some serious mental trauma and, like, has an alien in his brain. He's an edgy boy. Also, you could have detailed and cleaned up Cloud so much that now Tifa is sad and underdeveloped. Oh, yeah, look at her. She looks terrible. Don't look at it. I take it back. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. I do still have some things that I want to do to help to like develop the stream a little bit more, but I have not gotten to that yet. That might be something that happens after I'm done with court stuff, because this court I'm done writing my court stuff, but that does not really mean I'm done with court stuff. Specifically because these people will not shut the fuck up. So I have to keep on top of what they're fucking on about a little bit. Who's more fuckable, Link or Cloud? That's not a fair question. That's I'm just trying to build my harem, dude. You can't ask questions like that. Okay, hear me out. I have a theory. Literal kid drowning meme. Like Tifa's at the bottom of the pool. Okay, so I have a theory. Hear me out. So Cloud is a twink, except when he's a himbo. Alright? So I promise this makes sense. Standard Cloud as Cloud being himself is absolutely a twink. Big twink energy. He's like a shy small little boy who just needs a hug. And twink. Super twink. However, Cloud also has himbo energy. And when he has himbo energy is when he's imitating Zack, because Zack is a fucking himbo. So Cloud, whenever you are drawing Cloud, because his character design is so good, and the character design of this game is so good, you have to decide ahead of time which Cloud you're drawing, because there's 3 of them. There is, well, maybe we're gonna take Comatose Cloud out of the equation. You're either drawing Soldier Cloud, Cloud, or Zack Cloud. Those are basically the 3 options. And Zack Cloud and the reason why there's 3, like why it's Soldier Cloud and Zack Cloud are different. Soldier Cloud is very like emotionally closed off, very much like there's a wall there where he does not really interact. He doesn't like come back with things. That's where like the get help me. That's Soldier Cloud. Zack Cloud is Cloud with more energy, where he's just like, hey, yeah, yo, the thing, let's do the thing, we'll do the dance, it's gonna be good. That's like your big himbo. Like, he's got that higher energy, he's got like that more, like, he's putting more into it. Whereas regular Cloud is, again, like I said, a shy, quiet boy, very soft boy, and so you have to decide which one you're drawing when you're doing like the construction of the character, because the way he stands will change, the way his facial structure will sit, like how big his eyes are. Those are all things that will help indicate which one you're drawing at the time. Remember when the craft came out and suddenly every girl had black lipstick? I have never owned a black lipstick and it makes me sad. How well do goblins handle being cross-examined on the witness stand? I don't know, but we're gonna find out with any luck. I do hope I get to go at this point. Like, before I was like, you know what, I'll go if they want me to or they need me to. Quite frankly, at this point, I want to go. As much as it, like I talked about yesterday, how that it's a risk to me to do this, and how I'm putting myself in actual danger and something that could be considered very real, like a real life threat. I at this point I want to go. I think it would be beneficial for me to be there. Goth Chesh. Wink. Remember how gray aliens were in a few movies, and then all of a sudden all alien abductions became about gray aliens rather than the many different types of aliens? Yeah. People being creatively... Hollywood being creatively lazy and bankrupt? What? What do you fucking... Get out of here. Get out of here with that mumbo jumbo. The Buster Sword was Zack's before it was Cloud's also. Yes, the Buster Sword, that's one of the reasons why, okay, so there's this really, really, really interesting, I'm so glad people are willing to chat with me about this because I love talking about this fucking game. Alright, Cloud's sword is the Buster Sword, right? The Buster Sword belonged to Angeal, but Angeal didn't really use it, and then it belonged to Zack, and then Zack passed it on to Cloud. If you look at the Buster Sword, while it is in Cloud's possession, when you sharpen a sword, you know how there's like a grate to it? You're supposed to like sharpen a sword a specific direction, so you're following the grate of the sword. The grate on the Buster Sword is the wrong direction, because Cloud doesn't know how to take care of and sharpen the Buster Sword properly, because it's not his sword and he never got the training, because as a Shinra grunt, they don't use swords, he uses a gun. Brilliant. So interesting. What does success look like after you testify? Success? Like realistically or best case scenario? Best case scenario, I mean, would be that these people stop fucking talking about it and like the world learns a lesson, I guess. In my opinion, what I think should happen is, because I don't... It's a little bit hard to answer, and I don't know if it's... I don't know if this is a question I can answer. I don't think the judge ordering these people to stop talking about this lady is good enough on its own. Because they're already not stopping. Under protective orders, under restraining orders, they are refusing to stop, right? So and it's kind of been shown at this point that if some of them do stop, others are going to take up the mantle to do so. So I don't think just the court being like, stop it, is gonna do anything. So I think I think the court might have to do a little bit more than like slap them on the wrist. What that looks like, I don't really know what that would look like because I'm not entirely sure what the court has access to doing. I think that um, the court needs to order all the videos that have been made by these people about this woman need to be removed. And I don't mean edited, I mean fully, like, if you mention or allude to this individual, that stream or video needs to be removed in its entirety. No editing, it needs to be fully removed. I think that all of these people should be required to make a statement video that goes out on their channel and goes out on a separate channel that they don't have control over. That lists that a list is made by probably Charla's lawyer of like, these are the things that are not true. These are the things that were said that were wrong. We're sorry. Those things are incorrect. We fully redact these statements. Blah, and it needs to be a specific list, right? So Charla did not swat Steve. Charla does not work for Katie Joy. Like, these are things, like, it needs to be like an itemized list. And it needs to go out on each of their channels as individuals as well as on a channel that they don't control, and it needs to be like court mandated to stay there permanently. And a realistically monetary compensation. But like that's what I would call that a full win. If you got like all three of those things, I would call that a full win. I'd call that success. I just don't know how likely that is. Only because I'm not really sure how much the court is willing or able to do in this case. So I think success could probably be less than that, but I think that would be the biggest success. Yeah, big success, much wow. I'm probably not wording this very well. Oh, you're almost done with you're just spray painting it now? That's cool. Does this Buster Sword does the Buster Sword really need sharpening when you can just drop it on somebody and kill them? I mean, maybe not. But, I mean, keeping in mind that you are fighting, like, Cloud is fighting monsters, right? He's not just fighting people, he is fighting creatures that need to be sliced and diced. So if he was only fighting Shinra soldiers, you probably wouldn't need more than that. But, like, because he's fighting monsters and mech stuff and things like that, I think having the Buster Sword sharpened, it qualifies. Like, it gives a good enough reason why the Buster Sword is or should be sharpened. Like, why is it a sword and not just a bat? Just a heavy metal stick. Actually, in some cases, it can just be a bat because the nail bat is actually a weapon you can pick up in the game. I wish at some point they had Cloud use a gun after the point in the story where his brain reverts back and he becomes a hybrid of his new self and his old self. That would have been interesting if they do that in the new version. That would be kind of awesome. That would be kind of fucking sick. Like, I wouldn't hate that. I wouldn't hate that. I don't know, like, how likely that is. Like, okay, so there is one spot there is one spot in the game that is going to be in the new game coming out. There's a spot where you disguise yourself as a Shinra grunt as Cloud, and you do like this march, and you're carrying around the gun. So it would be really funny if if at one point you get into a fight and Cloud's got the gun and he like shoots it until it's out of bullets, and then he just starts fucking swinging the thing, like throws it at somebody or some shit. That'd be great. Why not a chainsword? Man, I don't know what to tell you. Actually, the reason the Buster Sword looks the way it does is because Sephiroth, the Manamune, looks the way it does. Cloud and Sephiroth's character designs are specifically and intentionally designed to be directly contrasting each other as much as possible. So Cloud's hair is short and spiky, so therefore Sephiroth's hair is long and silver and blonde versus like silver hair, right? That's why Zack's hair is actually black. The Cloud's sword is shorter and wide and heavy and like a rough, like it's supposed to look like it's got this weight to it, and it's clunky compared to the Manamune, which is incredibly long and sleek, and Sephiroth's literally basically the only person who can wield it, right? They're specifically designed that. Like, that's intentional. That is 100% intentional. That's why the Buster Sword is the size that it is. That's why the Manamune is designed the way it is. It is very intentional. Oh, the sword that split into pieces. Because that wasn't the Buster Sword, right? I can't remember. Because that's not the Buster Sword. It's a different sword. Because the Buster Sword doesn't split up like that. It's some kind of like it's and if you're watching Advent Children, you'll see that the Buster Sword is put in the ground at where Zack died. And so Cloud's not using the Buster Sword in that movie. Meme of fantasy character saving the day by blasting the evil sorcerer king with a sawed-off shotgun. Yeah. It's like, oh look, I'm gonna defeat you with the power of friendship and this gun that I found along the way. I posted that in the Discord the other day. I'm like, that's brilliant. Actually, I do want to draw a meme that's been going around, and it's the Tifa yell, the Cloud Tifa yell. But I want it to be like just Tifa, and Tifa just yeah. He drops like a plate. He drops his coffee. Tifa, it's okay. Tifa, like he just trips, falls. Tifa. At one point, her like Cloud, Denzel, and Marlene. Tifa. Tifa's just sitting there with like at the bar with like a drink. Like fuck. Could you stop? The version of the Buster Sword that is broken up into 4 parts. Yes, that's the Advent Children sword. It's not the classic Buster Sword, but it is like shaped and designed like the Buster Sword. So it is a Buster Sword, but it's not it's not Zack's Buster Sword. Prepping the topping with an olive oil blanched spice mix. 1/3 cumin, 1/3 coriander, 1/3 paprika. Sorry, only the paprika is from the garden, and the rest of the spices are from the farmer's market. The funny part about the meme you posted in the Discord is she says the power of friendship, but she has no friends and just a shotgun. Yeah, there's nobody around her. I'm gonna defeat you by myself with the power of friendship. And this shotgun. I just like to assume that she's friends with the shotgun. Why not? There's plenty of sentient weapons in stories. One of my favorites is Excalibur. Excalibur from fucking Soul Eater is hilarious. What a brilliant character. So funny. Dana! Yeah, I need help with my taxes. Yes. That is 100% a Cloud thing. Cloud doesn't do taxes. I don't believe for a second that Cloud sits around and does fucking taxes on his delivery business. There's no way in hell. There's no way in hell. I don't believe it. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. I fucking love these characters so much. God, they're so fucking funny. Have you guys have any of you been watching MASH? It's basically like what if we had Harry Potter but we're going full like into the Zionist idea of like the only people with magic matter, but also like the main character has no magic, is the character with no magic, and he just punches everything. I love this show. It's been so much fun to watch. It's on season 2 right now. Definitely go consider giving it a try. It's super goofy. You made your PlayStation 1 crash with Knights of the Round? That's funny. Tifa be looking like a 420p video over here. Yeah, poor Tifa. We'll get there. We'll get there. I could probably stop tweaking Cloud's hair right now, actually, to be honest. I've kind of spent a lot of time on it. I could probably move on for a little while. But do I want to? I don't know about that. Saitama, but as Harry Potter. Yeah, it's kind of One Punch Man, but Harry Potter. Kinda. He doesn't always one punch everything. He's not presented as like, he is presented as overpowered though. There's one bit where they do the Quidditch ripoff and he's supposed to be flying on a broom and he can't fly on the broom because it's magic and he can't do magic and he's just kicking his feet in the air really fast so he's hovering. So funny. Cloud Strife is proof that not everyone is completely heterosexual. Yes, look at this man, he's gorgeous. He's such a good boy. Tifa is also proof of this. Power couple. It takes them a long time to get there, though. Part 3, baby. Let's go. People are already hyped for part 3, and I'm like, bro, we're not even, like, we're not even into part 2 yet. Part 2 comes out next month. And I do not have a PlayStation 5, so I will not be playing it. Enjoying looking at the progress of the art. Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I don't want this full dark color, so I'm mixing these together to get a different color. I want something more like that. Wonderful. I also haven't finished part 1 yet because I've been so freaking busy, and I took that week off, and I still didn't end up with time to play it. Frig sakes. I was gonna play some of it tonight, I think. But I might not end up doing that because it's almost 8 o'clock and I'm still live. So I might not be doing that today either. I don't like that. Don't like that. We're gonna do this instead. But, yeah, I'm gonna be waiting. It'll be a little while before I get my opportunity to play it, because I'm gonna wait for it to probably come out on computer, and then I'm also probably gonna wait for it to not be $100. Because I am poor, and I'm not gonna spend $100 on that. Absolutely not. I spent $50 on the last one because it was on sale for Steam, and also because it was Christmas. It was my Christmas gift to me. Hee hee hee. Put a PlayStation 5 on my wish list. No. I refuse. I am not gonna do that. Mostly because I do not want a PlayStation 5 for one game. I am very happy with my Switch. I don't need a PlayStation 5. I'll wait. It's okay. I will wait. I can be patient. Put a fucking PlayStation 5. Jesus Christ. No. No. I also am probably not gonna stream playing it, so I don't like to put stuff on my wish list that won't be really like stream related in some capacity. Unlike, you know what I mean? So like I try to make sure that whatever's on my Steam wish list is something that you guys will also get some kind of benefit out of. Can play all my PlayStation 4 games on it. Yeah, but I have a PlayStation 4. It's not mine. I don't have a PlayStation 4. People who live in this house have a PlayStation 4. I really want Tales of the Abyss to come on the Switch. I would love that. A remaster of that game on the Switch. Yeah. That's something I would stream. That's a JRPG I would stream. I love that game. That game's great. And Bump of Chicken. Bump of Chicken's the name of the band that does the opening song for that. I love Bump of Chicken. I've loved Bump of Chicken since like I was in high school, and I heard they did a song about a black cat. I really like that song, and then I found out they did that, and they do the song for Spy X Family, the one of the openings, yeah. Da 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 da. Yeah, that one. Costume product? What? Oh, yeah, I haven't put anything on the wish list in a long time that's like outfit related. I could do that. You want me to put like I could put black lipstick on there. You want gothy shit? I'll wear gothy shit. I have some gothy shit. I have some gothy shit that I wear sometimes for streams that I've gotten from wishlist stuff. I'm missing my one jacket though. There's one that I like to wear that's got that little hoodie on it. I think my mom has it. I think I lent it to her for like a Halloweeny thing and haven't gotten it back yet. Hey Helios, good to see you. What's going on? It's good to see you again. That's like 2 days in a row. We need to catch up. Get some green makeup for Goblin Halloween. I would love to make a Cheeton styled like mascot costume, but a goblin instead. I would love every second of that. That'd be great. I have no idea. I'm assuming that's something I would have to get like commissioned, and I have no idea where to even start looking. I'm also busy and haven't had time to research that as an option. Found out that that cat that likes to visit me has been duping you. Oh. You've been betrayed, have you? Oh, yeah, Scott might know. That's a good point. Yeah, maybe I can ask him. He might know. He seems like a friendly guy. I haven't really talked to him too much. But like I've seen him on shows and stuff. Interacted that way. He seems like a fun guy. He's a wrestler, right? Your uncle figured out how to do it? Oh yeah, I guess I could try to make my own and kind of figure that out. I do know some cosplayers that might be willing to give me some advice about how to do that. Oh, dang. I'd just be wearing a big goblin mascot head all the time. Ah, you know me too well. How could you? Could you expose me like this? You have any idea? I'd be like Cheeton. I'd be running around the town with somebody and making somebody follow me around with a camera as a goblin, going to bars and sitting at bars drinking. I see you. You're right. You're right. When you're right, you're right. I'll see you later, Katina. I hope you have a good day. Thanks for coming and stopping by and hanging out for so long. Mucho appreciatante. I don't know if those were words. I'm pretty sure I just like scrolled through like 7 languages just saying 3 words. God. What is wrong with my brain? 100 bajillion things. That's what it is. Oh, man. See you next time. Come by again. I think there's a phrase for that. Sayonara, bye bye. Come back again soon. We'll be here tomorrow. You're heading out too, April? Alright, see ya. Have a good day. How long have I been live for? I've been live for 80 years. 4 hours. Oh, that's not so bad, actually. Just the mascot head and rags. I mean, if it was sized properly, yeah, that would work. It would need to be sized properly, though. You guys want to see what it looks like without the lines on before you go? It's coming along. Look at how sharp it's starting to look. That's pretty good. Pretty good. I'll be able to take the lines off soon. Soon enough. So much tidying. Remember when I said there was still like 8 hours worth of work to be done on this? Yeah. What did I tell you? I could probably make it even more. I'm still getting used to like my art, like on being patient with my art and being like it's reasonable to take 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 hours on this stuff. Like, it's not I'm not being unreasonable by being like, oh, why am I still working on this? It's been like 8 hours. Yeah, of course it has. This shit takes like 14 hours if you want this to look good. Soup has been blended and pureed. Now back in the slow cook. I imagine you could probably do it with paper mache and chicken wire. Maybe some doweling, because you can use the dowels for the ears. Oh yeah, it's right here. There'll be more detail that goes in there to try to clean it up. Actually, I'm gonna move over to Tifa here for a little bit because I think we're pretty much like outside of cleanup and a little bit more detailing work. I think we're good on Cloud for now. We gotta fix this poor girl here. She's suffering a thing that she doesn't deserve. She did nothing to deserve this life. I don't know what I've done. She's so pink. I made her whole face so freaking pink. We're gonna have to clean that up because, like, this is way too... She looks like sunburnt. Like, what the fuck? She looked like she spent too much time at Casa del Sol. Drawing took like 4 or so hours. Yeah. That's standard time. Ugh, I think I'm just gonna add like a whole new whole new color in here. What color are you? She's embarrassed all the time. I mean, maybe. It could be the case. Isn't there a part in the game where you can, like, potentially look in Tifa's underwear drawer? This is during the... when Cloud's, like, remembering the, like, being a kid in Nibelheim. And Tifa's like, Cloud, did you go in my room? Did you look at my underwear drawer? Like, that's a thing you can do. Da, 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 da. I got this song stuck in my head, and now I feel like I'm rushing to try and clean this the fuck up, and like I feel why relax. There's no rush. We're here to do this. In my defense, this has been a lot of progress. We have done a lot today. In my defense, I don't need to defend myself. Art exists because it deserves to exist, because it exists. I'll learn my lesson one day. Chocobo theme intensifies. If you're ever singing that song, you gotta do it through your nose. I used to hate chocobos. When I was a teenager, I was like, these annoying little shits. I hate these little bastards. As I've grown up, I'm like, they're cute. Fuck, they're cute. Shit. Oh, they're fucking adorable. Ah, it's the worst. Sharing is caring. Man. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about it yet, but so far I like Aerith in the new game more than I liked her in the original. I don't know how long if that's gonna stick, if that's gonna be something that I'm like, okay, yeah, I like her better now. Because in the old game, she was kind of a bitch. She was kind of a bit of an asshole. And like, I think part of that was because like the game remained unfinished for a while, it wasn't done, but also because like she just had these habits that I think were not as endearing, and they've done a better job making her more endearing now. Like that, like so far at the very least. Whereas like she's kind of pushy, and she kind of like is like forceful on things that's kind of not appropriate, and like does like some sketchy shit and makes some really bad decisions and is like, I'm not a fan of it. And so I think part of that was because of like the limitations of the same reason why like Cloud feels far more disconnected in the original game as compared to the newer game, as far as at least from my perspective. And part of that was because the limitations of like what, like there were no facial expressions, there wasn't verbalized dialogue, and so having those things in the new game are helping are doing a good job in like bridging that gap. Pasta topping. 8 feet tall. Yeah, the chocobos, they're huge. They're terrifying. But they're cute, though. They're cute. And I couldn't get around it. I was like, oh, shit, they're adorable. Fuck. Why are they cute? But yeah, it took a long time for me to endear myself to them. But I don't know if my my enjoyment for Aerith will stay, or if she's going to slowly annoy me over time. We'll see. We'll see. I don't like people who don't respect other people's boundaries very much, and like Jesse in the new game and Aerith were really bad for that. Then again, there's been like a little bit of discourse about this on Twitter that I've been seeing, and I'm like, well, I mean, it's reasonable and it makes sense for Jesse and Aerith to be more, or to come across as being more forceful with getting into Cloud's personal space, because they don't know him and they don't understand that he has this boundary in the first place. The boundary is something that is not he's got more of a boundary than the average person that they would have interacted with has, and so because he has that boundary, their behavior seems a little bit more pushy and a little bit more like rough, which makes sense because of course it does. They're not aware of his boundaries, whereas Tifa is aware of these boundaries, so she has an easier time respecting those, and it comes off better. She comes off better in it. The Jesse and Aerith don't know Cloud, let alone know him the way that Aerith does, or know him the way that Tifa does, which is why their interactions and the way she behaves around Cloud is so much different than the way they do. And why Cloud cares about her so much, because she understands him. She gets it. And so that's part of the dynamic, and part of what the dynamic is showing in the new game. But, character analysis and all that notwithstanding. I think it's a silly thing to like judge Jesse or Aerith on, because they're what they're doing is not necessarily unreasonable, it's just not acceptable for Cloud in particular. The original game was kind of animu. Yeah, that too. It was a JRPG. It is a product of its time. So it had a little bit of that, Cloud had a little bit of that, I'm the main character, so all the women want to fuck me. The garlic press. I don't own a garlic press. I should get myself one. Yeah, it doesn't translate well to high def. Yeah. I mean, it's what we were talking about earlier with Sokka, right? Like, there are things that are in the anime or in the show that are going to be, or the cartoon, that are going to be not translate well into live action, and so as like if they can keep the intention behind it while adjusting it for the different medium, that's great. If not, we'll see. Sometimes things do just need to be cut because they do not translate well. That's a thing, and that's okay. That's the whole point of changing mediums. The whole point is that if you're changing mediums, you change the product, because it has to be changed for that medium. No duh. Like, I feel like I'm saying obvious shit. Like, I do not expect everything in the new Final Fantasy game to be identical to the old one. Though I can understand people being critical of some of the changes. Like, I don't expect, like, the new game to imply that Cloud chooses willingly to have sex with a whole line of men because to get into Don Corneo, so he can get like a pair of underwear for to get into Don Corneo's fucking, you know what I mean? Like, I don't expect the game to put that in there. You could date Barrett or Vincent during the date bit. I don't think you can. I feel like you had to use a Game Shark. I think you had to use a Game Shark to get Vincent. And Yuffie. And Sid. I think you had to Game Shark it. You can get Barrett though. Barrett's a legitimate one. In the new game, Barrett's also an option. So, like, in the next part, you're going to be able to date Barrett. If you want to go on a date with Barrett, you're going to be able to do that. I'm imagining that it's likely, or I guess I'm speculating that it's likely going to be similar to the scenes that you get where like at the that one spot in the the first game, where you get a Barret scene, or you get a Tifa scene, or you get an Aerith scene. I'm expecting it'll be like similar to that. Oh, the cross-dressing sequence. Yeah. I haven't gotten to that part yet of the game, so I haven't really seen how it plays out in its entirety. I've seen parts of it, so I'm so far I don't have an issue with it. I don't think I will. And having Cloud dressing as a girl, yeah, I see your point. I can see that being like one of those like, they're feminizing the character. It's like, bro, I don't know how to tell you this, but Cloud's a twink. He's already feminized. Look at this man. Look at how pretty he is. Come on. I'm gonna have to do the same thing with her, by the way, that I did with him, where I just take this and then just... Where is it? Where's the color I want? Come on. Give it to me. Give it to me, please. It might be this color. I think that's the color that I'm looking for. And then I can lighten it just a little bit to give me this one. That's better. I'll love it. I don't doubt it. I have seen the dance sequence and I'm like, oh, fuck yeah. That's great. Give me that. I love this. I love every second of this. More. Do it again. Do it again. I haven't gotten there yet, so I expect that I'm going to have a good time. There's like a level of like, that you have to have a level of understanding when you're playing these types of games, that there is like, it's goofy. Like parts of the game are goofy, and I absolutely love that they're maintaining that spirit of like it's I'm here for it. I love all that kind of shit. Love it. Yes. More. Give me more. Alright, I need to take a break. I feel like I'm not making any progress or having any success with what's going on with Tifa's face right now, and I feel like if I do not stop, it's going to upset me. And so I might come back and just redo... Oh, that's... Wait a minute. I might have accidentally into what I need here. Alright. Okay. That's certainly something interesting. Oh, color dynamic. You so silly. Alright, I might have accidentally into the color that I was looking for. Whoops! Alright, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna get on out of here. We have been live for quite some time at this point. How long have we been here? Over 4 hours. So I'm gonna get out of here. If you're on Twitch, I'm gonna see if there's somebody to raid. Yeah, let's go raiding. If you guys want to check out Pal World, let's check out Pal. Oh, that was the wrong thing. Go say hi for me. We're gonna head over to Salty. Unfortunately, I'm not really gonna be there to say hi to Salty, so please say hi to Salty for me. So if you're over there, if you are on Twitch, thank you so much for joining us on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, you're gonna hang out with me for a minute while we do this. Thank you so much. This has been a lot of fun. And I'm going to catch you guys next time. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Oh, I'm still here. Hold on. There we go.